Well, welcome everyone. We're delighted to have you here. I am Rachel Stirk. I'm currently the acting deputy director for Fogarty. And we're really excited to bring you here to talk about ways that we can leverage implementation science for climate adaptation research in low and middle income countries. I'm just going to give a brief overview of sort of how we got here, context, and then I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Josh Rosenthal, to give you some broader NIH context in terms of climate work that's going on within NIH. Next slide. So the objectives of today's satellite are really to introduce implementation science concepts and approaches that would be valuable in conducting climate adaptation research. And we're really trying to marry the two in a space where we can maximize utility of implementation science to address climate change. We're also hoping to identify best practices to engage key collaborators and practice partners in implementation science and climate research, really in your context and region. We're hoping to highlight potential impact of implementation science in the context of climate research. So really trying to understand the ways in which implementation science can help us have really important and meaningful impacts related to climate change. And then we want to focus a little bit on the needs to build capacity for implementation science and climate change in low and middle income countries. And I think what we've seen contextually is that there's a need to build a bridge between these two areas of inquiry, and that sort of bringing them together could really end up in positive synergy and impact. Next slide. So I just wanted to say this workshop architecture and the ideas behind it really came together via a trans NIH planning committee. And I just wanted to thank the folks listed here for all of their wisdom and input in helping us put this together. And I guess I should say this is emblematic of the fact that climate and implementation science are both key priorities in the NIH space. Next slide. So just briefly, the agenda. So the day is fairly long, and I think we really appreciate people taking the time. I think it's a lot to ask for people to spend 6 hours thinking about this, but we're really hoping that this creating this space will enable us to have important dialogue, identify important gaps, and really understand what the opportunities are for implementation science in this space. So we're right now in the welcome and overview of the agenda. Session 1 will be sort of a talk by Lindsay Martin on why implementation science for climate change. And I think this will really help set the stage for the rest of the day. Session 2 will be a panel focused on policy engagement related to implementation science and climate. We'll have a brief break. And session 3 will then look at case studies on how implementation science can be leveraged for climate adaptation. And these will illustrate examples where this has been done and or is being done. So we'll really get to understand some of the real-time opportunities and challenges. Session 4 is focused on community engagement. So again, really thinking about in the context of implementation science, in the context of climate adaptation research, how do we engage critical parties who are part of the community? And then session 5 will be focused on capacity building and what the needs and gaps are in that space. And we will then close with some remarks from our climate scholar, Praveen Kumar, and then final remarks that anyone else has. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Josh to give some context on the NIH initiatives related to climate. Over to you, Josh.
Thank you, Rachel. Good morning, all. I'd like to share my screen. Thank you. Second here. Very good. So what I'm going to do is just very briefly outline how implementation science fits into the larger scope of a NIH-wide climate change and health initiative. My name is Joshua Rosenthal. I'm a senior scientist at the Division of Epidemiology and Population Studies at the Fogarty Center of the NIH, and I'm co-chair of the NIH Working Group on Climate Change and Health. Perhaps not a day goes by when we do not hear another warning about both the sort of emergent and urgent threats posed by climate change for health, but also the long-term and more gradual, sometimes harder to understand long-term impacts, many, if not most of which are likely to be negative on human health. Just about every intergovernmental panel on climate change report issues a warning for the impacts on health with greater urgency and more specific and more dire consequences. And while we treat those with real seriousness, we also need to think very actively about what this means in several ways. In the last few years, and even just during the global climate pandemics, when we were grappling with trying to address a giant cause of death around the world, we're also wrestling with floods and fires and heat waves and bushfires, typhoons, hurricanes around the world that were greater than the previous years. And so this sort of puts a finer point on the notion that we are not just dealing with climate change, but climate change that compounds existing global health threats. And so we need to think in a larger, more contextualized way about how we address those threats and how, if possible, we can in fact improve the state of the health rather than lose ground as it is widely feared. We know that climate change affects people around the world unequally, and vulnerability in many, many ways, by occupation, by life stage, by age, and particularly in low and middle income countries that already suffer a greater burden of disease, are then at greater risks and require particular attention. Fortunately, we have been given, at long last, additional sense of urgency, an additional mandate from the president with a series of executive orders for us to tackle this strategically and actively across the U.S. government, and some additional funds that we hope will grow from the U.S. Congress to make this a priority for the NIH. We have as I said, mentioned, a working group that now includes almost 140 members across most of the NIH, representation across most of the institutes and offices. It's led by the directors of 7 institutes and centers listed there. And we have developed a strategic framework, some of which some of you may have seen this. If you haven't, I encourage you to take a look at it. And as you'll see there, I won't go into detail, but you'll see that down in the lower left-hand corner, interventions in that circle, inside of that circle, the orange box, interventions to address health play a key part in that. And just below that, disseminate and implementation science play, of course, an important role in ensuring that interventions work, and they work for those who really need it. I've just jotted down a couple of examples, and I think Lindsay will give you much more detailed, thoughtful description. But to put this into the larger context, implementation science is really important in this space, not just because we have interventions designed to improve health, but we have to think about the course of actions that are unfolding in the context of climate change, some to mitigate the global warming itself, whether those are household energy transitions or industrial energy transitions or transportation systems that are designed to reduce climate warming gases. They're not always designed with, in fact, often not designed with health in mind. They're often driven by economic concerns and, of course, reducing emissions. How do we do science that ensures that the evidence base is there to improve health? And similarly, a long and growing list of adaptations from early warning systems, cooling centers, community health delivery programs, adapted farming practices, urban planning systems that have changed transportation, seawalls, you can go on and on. Do they, and how do we make sure that they are supportive of health? So I'll stop there and turn it over to Lindsay, who will, I think, do a more thorough and thoughtful job on what this means in the context of implementation science. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. I'll go ahead and share my screen. All right, can everyone see that okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So, well, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and welcome to all of you from joining us from around the world for this Consortium of Universities for Global Health Satellite Session, Implementation Science for Climate Adaptation and LMICs, organized by Fogarty International Center. And so I'm Lindsay Martin. I'm a health scientist administrator at the National Institute of Environmental Health Sciences, and I was honored to be asked by the Planning Committee to present this brief overview of why implementation science for climate adaptation. And I'll scroll forward here, but whenever I start out talking about implementation science, I like to start with a story. And so I call this my deer in the headlights moment. So, you know, it's that moment when you're driving at night and suddenly come upon a deer in the middle of the road that stops in its tracks when it sees ominous approaching headlights. And so that deer stopping in its tracks is exactly how I felt when I first heard about the field of implementation science around 9 or so years ago, circa 2014, that time frame. I was working for the Department of Veterans Affairs here in the United States, part of research teams that are led by mental health clinicians that were using implementation science strategies to improve the uptake of new mental health treatments and modalities. And so this was a very new field for me, full of theories, measures, and methods that I had never heard of before. And so over time, I went from that deer in the headlights kind of feeling to gradually starting to like this stuff, albeit still somewhat confused and overwhelmed with it at times. But the key with implementation science is really giving it time. And by giving it time, I could really start to see the value and how critically important the field of implementation science is to getting interventions to where they need to go. So now implementation science is one of my absolutely most favorite things to talk about. And I'm really excited to be sharing this, this intro talk with you today. And I'll go forward to our next slide here. So in the next 25 minutes or so, I will talk about, kind of build on the framework that Rachel and Josh had provided this morning. So I'll talk a little bit more about the NIH Climate Change and Health Strategic Framework, provide a super high-level overview of implementation science, and then I'll leave you with some resources and funding opportunities that you can explore on your own. And so this overview helps set the stage for today's exciting satellite session, where I hope to touch on some of the topics you see here on the right-hand side of your screen about the importance of engaging policymakers in climate adaptation research. Will help set the framing for some of the case studies you'll be hearing about later today on leveraging implementation science for climate adaptation. An exciting session on approaches to community engagement, because engaging communities, engaging our partners is absolutely critical to address the climate crisis, and it's absolutely critical to the field of implementation science. and then also building capacity for implementation science and climate adaptation research. And so we really want today's satellite to also be a conversation with you. And so the chat box is open, so please introduce yourselves, tell us where you're zooming in from today. We'd love to hear from you as we really set up today's discussion to talk about research gaps that could be addressed by implementation science approaches, identifying resources, training, and capacity building needs, and opportunities for collaboration to really support the use of implementation science for climate adaptation research. And so, as Josh mentioned, we have this urgent call to action, and that action part is critical. So we all know the 2021 Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC report, was called a code red for humanity by the United Nations Secretary General. And so we must act now to address our changing climate and subsequent health effects. And there have been, since that time, many recent calls for climate and health research around the world. Scientific journals, academia, and nonprofit organizations are among the leaders asking for research to harness the health benefits of climate action and identify gaps in the research that can be utilized to reduce mortality and morbidity. The key message is that the world needs a new era of research focused on predicting the societal consequences of future warming and how to weather them. And so I absolutely love this slide because it really conveys such an important message that the critical element underlying climate change and health research is that acknowledgement of the disproportionate impacts, like Josh mentioned, on underserved populations with health disparities, workers exposed to excessive heat, persons with disabilities, those at certain life stages, such as those critical developmental periods of fetal and prenatal development, infants, young children, pregnant women, and older adults. Also, vulnerability associated with chronic medical conditions as well, such as asthma, diabetes, and other conditions. But importantly, climate change and health research must have a global focus given the conditions of extreme poverty, higher rates of existing disease and malnutrition that will be exacerbated by climate change. And so in response to the climate crisis, the NIH developed a climate change and health strategic framework that is meant to be solutions-oriented, community engaged, supports transdisciplinary research, and is focused on research and capacity building. And so as Josh mentioned, there are these 4 core elements that include health effects research, training and capacity building, health equity, and intervention science. And this really sets the stage and provides that evidence base for the development and equitable implementation of effective strategies to prevent disease and disability and to promote health. And importantly, the dissemination and implementation sciences are one of the key supporting fields in the strategic framework and will be essential to the successful implementation of climate change adaptive interventions. And so this is a helpful infographic that was developed by NIH that really focuses on the impacts of climate change in health and associated research needs. And so I encourage you to check this out. The website's there at the bottom of your screen, and I'm happy to share slides after today's presentation as well, where you'll have the actual hyperlinks to all of these great resources. But briefly, you can see here in these first 3 boxes on the left-hand side of your screen, we see changes in climate from increased global temperature, extreme weather and disasters, precipitation extremes, sea level rise, and changes in land use and growing seasons that lead to the effects of climate change, such as extreme heat, air and water pollution, impacts on food and water quality, increasing allergens. We've had a very warm day, a couple days here in North Carolina, so the pollen is going a bit crazy here, and how that leads to health impacts such as heat-related illnesses, cardiovascular disease, and other chronic conditions, mental and neurological disorders, and other diseases. But importantly, I want to draw your attention to this last box here on the right-hand side of your screen. This is where we can intervene and ensure effective adoption and integration of those interventions. And so this could include early warning and preparedness, community engagement strategies, targeted prevention and threat reduction, education and awareness raising, and adoption and integration. And we also have some examples of some research, some needed research areas as well as part of this infographic. But I really wanted to highlight these last three here inside this box. So some of these questions, such as how can disaster warning systems best save lives? How can healthcare systems prepare for challenges to providing adequate care? And how can communities best adapt to a changing climate? These are just some examples, some potential opportunities for implementation science. But a point that I also really want to drive home is that these changes in climate, the associated health effects, and these adaptive interventions and all of these research needs must take into account the social, behavioral, and environmental determinants of health, such as access to healthcare, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, poverty and housing, immigration and migration, environmental exposures, infrastructure, and geography. And so here we just have, building on some of what Josh had presented earlier today, we have a few examples of opportunities for implementation science. So for example, we have clean cooking transitions such as LPG or induction cook stoves as one example of a climate change adaptive intervention. Early warning and response systems, cooling centers, interventions that could help improve the continuity of healthcare after extreme weather events, and green infrastructure. And we also, now that we've had some framing for today's satellite session, so a little bit more background, I now want to take a deeper dive into that question. So what is implementation science? And so we define it here at NIH as the study of methods to promote the adoption and integration of evidence-based practices, interventions, and policies into routine healthcare and public health settings to improve our impact on population health. And so in short, implementation science is really the scientific study of moving these things into practice, into communities, into public health settings. But the origins of implementation science really came about through that recognition of the gap between research and practice in healthcare, and that moving scientific evidence into real-world settings has traditionally taken a lot of time, on average 17 years. And so while you may have done the research and developed a scientifically proven effective intervention, practice, policy, or guidance, or clinical guideline, effectiveness does not always equal uptake. It doesn't equal that public health impact. And so implementation science is really focused on that how question. How can we move interventions, practices, and policies into real-world settings like healthcare systems, schools, and communities disproportionately impacted by environmental and climate change exposures like extreme heat? And so this is one of my absolutely most favorite ways of introducing the field of implementation science. And so I've shared with you the basic definition of it. This tool, developed by Dr. Jeff Curran at the University of Arkansas, really boils implementation science down to this. Implementation science is about the thing. So the intervention, the practice, the innovation is the thing. And that thing could be a new vaccine, a new treatment protocol or therapy, a new or revised clinical guideline. It could be a cleaner cook stove, which we'll be talking about in a few minutes. Effectiveness research looks at whether the thing works. Implementation research, on the other hand, looks at how to best help people and places actually do the thing. And implementation strategies are that stuff that we do as implementation scientists to help people and places do the thing. And our main implementation outcomes are how much and how well they do the thing. And so when doing implementation science, contextual factors across multiple levels impact the uptake and sustainability of the thing. So we need to think about the barriers and facilitators to implementing the thing across individual, organizational, community, and systems and policy levels. And importantly, not only do we need interventions across multiple levels, but we also need multi-level implementation strategies to address the barriers and leverage facilitators at each level. And importantly, we also need to look at where implementation is taking place. An intervention addressing the impacts of climate change in an urban setting may need to be adapted for a rural setting. The same with the implementation strategies used to promote the uptake, scale up, and spread of that intervention. Those strategies may need to be adapted to. And we also need to think about global context. Interventions and implementation strategies will vary between high income settings and low and middle income settings. And so that's critically important to think about context, and that context matters. And not only do we need to consider context, but we need to engage partners across multiple sectors. And I'm so excited for the panel discussions today, where we'll be hearing a lot about these different multi-sectoral partnerships. So for example, this could be engaging partners in departments of education, in healthcare, health services, departments of environment or environmental regulators, housing, government and government ministries and policymakers, communities and community-based organizations, departments of transportation, and economic sectors. And now let's look at an example of implementation science applied to an environmental health and climate change issue. And so the issue that I'll focus on with this example is focused on household air pollution, or HAP. And according to the World Health Organization, approximately 2.4 billion cook with biomass such as wood or charcoal and kerosene fuels in inefficient stoves and open fires. And in 2020, the WHO reported about 3.2 million estimated deaths. The household or indoor air pollution that comes from inefficient and dangerous fuels can lead to conditions such as ischemic heart disease, stroke, lung cancer, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder. Women and young children have the highest rates of exposure, and gathering the material for this fuel can be time-consuming and increase risk of injury. Importantly, in the context of climate change, the methane and black carbon that are emitted from these cook stoves can be very powerful climate change pollutants. So what is our intervention then? The thing that we're focused on is a cleaner cook stoves and cleaner fuels as an effective intervention. And so we can do our effectiveness research. And so that's where we'll be testing if the cleaner stoves and cleaner fuels can reduce household air pollution and actually help improve health outcomes. For example, lowering blood pressure. And so after doing research, and we've had many researchers funded by NIH that are actively engaged in this area, have found some promising results that the thing works. But implementation research really comes into play with the discovery that clean fuels and clean cook stoves, the thing, were not necessarily being used or used properly. So implementation science can help us identify multi-level barriers such as cost, supply chain issues, technical assistance, and facilitators that can help promote adoption and uptake. And importantly, test multi-level implementation strategies to help promote uptake. And so these strategies are the stuff we do as implementation scientists to help people and places use the thing, meaning the cleaner stove, cleaner fuels. And some of those strategies can include awareness campaigns or financial cash transfers. And ultimately, what we hope to see is a positive impact on implementation outcomes, which include uptake, sustainability, feasibility, acceptability, fidelity, appropriateness, and costs as just some of those. And so this is an example from the Clean Cooking Implementation Science Network. So this was a partnership between Fogarty International, the NIH Common Fund and other NIH institutes, USAID, the Centers for Disease Control, Environmental Protection Agency, and the Global Alliance for Clean Cooking that formed to address implementation gaps in the delivery and use of clean cooking technologies. So the Clean Cook Stove Network, or ISN as we call it, examined implementation gaps in uptake, scale up, and sustainment of the thing. Contextual factors also were involved, and these were contextual factors at the individual level, community level, societal, and policy levels. And so this slide is just one example of one study from the Clean Cook Stove Implementation Science Network that helped identify barriers that included affordability of the equipment and refills for clean cooking, transportation costs to get the refills, or distance that you'd have to travel to get the refills, some concerns over safety, and a lack of shops that were selling the liquid petroleum gas is one example. Facilitators can include a growing awareness. So at the individual level, more individuals are becoming aware of the health benefits of cleaner cooking and also making refills more affordable. What this study importantly highlights is that there are these multi-level barriers to uptake, everything from individual level factors such as awareness to regional and national level factors such as costs. And so when we think about implementation science, the heart of what we do is around implementation strategies and the testing of these strategies. And so one study called the ERIC project, or the Expert Recommendations for Implementing Change, identified 73 different implementation strategies. And these are organized by these 9 different clusters or buckets that you see here on your screen. And so going back to that slide a few minutes ago about the thing, so these are the strategies that implementation scientists study and help use to increase the uptake, scale up, and spread of the thing across multiple levels. And so some of these can include interactive assistance, training and education, adopting and tailoring to context, financial strategies, such as I mentioned a minute ago, financial cash transfers, as just a few examples. But how do you know which of all of these strategies or combination of strategies that you need to use? And so these questions on the right-hand side of your screen can be helpful. So you can ask yourself, what are the specific barriers that you're trying to overcome at multiple levels? Think of everything from the individual to the system and policy level. And what are the resources that you're able to leverage? Importantly, who do you need to engage? So who do you need to partner with to make this happen? And will these strategies actually promote equitable implementation? And so I just wanted to take also another minute or two to talk about implementation outcomes. And so while our effectiveness outcomes examine health effects and changes in behavior, implementation outcomes actually focus on looking at such factors as adoption and uptake. So is the thing, the intervention, the practice, or the innovation being used? Acceptability, does the person place using the thing like it? Feasibility, is doing the thing practical in this community or practical in this setting? Sustainability, so it's one thing to achieve uptake of the thing, but it's another to see if your implementation strategy or strategies to help sustain the thing once the project ends. So basically, are you asking, is the thing still being used over time? Appropriateness is really focused on what is the perceived fit of the thing or the compatibility of the thing within that setting. And then fidelity, was the thing implemented as planned, or did the thing need to be adapted for this particular setting? And costs. Is cost a barrier to using the thing? And we did see that in our previous example, that the cost of the refills for using liquid petroleum gas cook stoves could be a barrier to implementation. And also reach of the thing. And so the number of those that are willing to participate into the intervention or use the thing and why they used it. So the total willing to actually try it. And theories, models, and frameworks, there's many. And so this is just a very high level overview, but I'd be happy to follow up with you more after today's talk about some of these. But theories, models, and frameworks are really integral to implementation science. And so there's 3 types that you see here on your screen. These include process models, determinant frameworks, and evaluation frameworks that focus on the implementers at multiple levels of influence. So your process models can include the EPIS framework, and frameworks like this can help guide the movement of the thing into practice. So this particular framework includes 4 phases, such as the exploration phase, where you might be identifying what thing that you want to implement, the preparation phase, where you might be looking at contextual barriers and facilitators, the implementation phase, where you're actively putting the thing into practice, and the sustainment phase, where the thing is fully integrated and sustained in the particular setting. We also have our determinant frameworks like CFR, the Consolidated Framework for Implementation Research, that contains constructs that impact implementation outcomes such as uptake and sustainability across multiple domains. And then we also have frameworks that help us evaluate implementation success And REAIM is one that's used quite often, the Reach Effectiveness Adoption, Implementation, and Maintenance Framework. And I'd also like to point out this really helpful tool that was developed by Drs. Langfall, Curran, and Bates, and it really helps you see where your study may fall on this translational pathway and where implementation science really it comes into play when we think about translational research. And so when you look at the red line of the subway line, the red line are where your efficacy studies fall. So is the thing, the intervention, the innovation, or practice demonstrating it works under those ideal conditions? Then you start moving along to the yellow line of the subway line. And this is where you start to test the thing in the real world setting. So does the thing work in the real world? Does it work now that it's not being tested in those ideal, tightly controlled conditions? And then we get to the green lines. And so this is where we have our studies that ask implementation science questions. And so we have our hybrid effectiveness studies. This is where you're actually blending some effectiveness study with implementation research. So you might need a little bit more effectiveness data to see if the intervention is still being effective in a particular setting, but you're also starting to test or develop some implementation strategies. And then your implementation studies may also, on that last line there you see on your screen, may focus on identifying barriers and facilitators impacting uptake of the thing. And so it can include studies to understand context, developing and testing implementation strategies are just a few examples of studies that fall on the green line. And so one example of a study, and I'll just quickly highlight this, is one example of a cook stove study that falls on the green line. And so this was a hybrid design. This is an effectiveness and implementation research project funded by NHLBI. And it's focused on improving the adoption of clean cooking in Nigeria, where cook stove use wasn't optimal. And this study, so this is an implementation research or hybrid design because the investigator is testing a community mobilization strategy. So that's the implementation strategy to improve adoption and sustainability of clean fuels and clean stoves in peri-urban communities in Lagos, Nigeria. And so this is an implementation strategy that's comprised of a community advisory board, trained community health workers that facilitate clean cook stove use, and also a series of community dialogues. And so it's the strategy package that they're using. And so this is a hybrid type 2 design that's using the EPIS framework that I just talked about. So it has distinct implementation phases that include an implementation phase, as well as looking at sustainability. And so this particular study is focused on the main implementation outcome as adoption, but is also looking at an effectiveness outcome of improved systolic blood pressure and also sustained use of clean cooking. And I also wanted to highlight here in my last few minutes, this paper that was recently published by Guilanetta et al. And is one example of some emerging work in climate change and health and implementation science. And so this paper represents a unique collaboration between researchers developing early warning systems and how they're exploring opportunities in implementation science and how implementation science can advance delivery of effective early warning systems. And so this particular study highlights 4 implementation science approaches to support the implementation of early warning systems. That includes applying implementation frameworks to understand those multi-level barriers and processes. So for example, they mentioned using the CIFR framework to help identify barriers and facilitators, to also co-creating and tailoring implementation strategies with key partners. And so this is where you need transdisciplinary approaches and where you need partners such as policymakers and community members, and really have that strong partnership as you move forward with implementation. Then it's analyzing which, how, and why implementation strategies work. And so using some mixed methods to determine which strategies work to help support the implementation of early warning systems. And then measuring your implementation outcomes. And so was it cost effective? Was there increased sustainability? And did you approve the acceptability or the feasibility of the early warning system? And so in closing here, my last minute or two, I just wanted to leave you with a couple resources. And so these the websites on the slide all take you to particular resources on implementation science, such as National Cancer Institute's implementation science page, NIEHS's webpage on implementation science, Fogarty International Center, the Global Alliance for Chronic Disease Implementation Science eHub, which I would highly recommend. Lots of great resources there for building capacity and implementation research. National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute Center for Translational Research and Implementation Science, the Clean Cooking Implementation Science Network, and then we also have some great resources from the Advancing Environmental Health Equity through Implementation Science Workshop. And if you're interested in exploring some funding opportunities in this area, there's also some hyperlinks to some of our current opportunities that are out. And also, if you're interested in funding opportunities for climate change and health, I encourage you to check out the website at the bottom of your screen for those great resources. And with that, I just want to say thank you. I hope I didn't leave you with this deer in the headlights look today. This was a very high level, quick overview. But I'm happy to answer any questions in the chat. Feel free to send me an email. Happy to follow up, send slides. And with that, I will stop sharing my screen and turn it back over to you, Rachel.
Thank you, Lindsay. That was excellent. And I think provided really important context on kind of why we're here. So thank you, thank you. I want to encourage people. I'm happy to see that some people are introducing themselves in the chat, which is really nice for us to see the range of people here. Please add your questions in the chat. It's hard when we're presenting to see someone's hand up, but we really do want this to be interactive and a learning experience. So if you do have a question, I'm monitoring the chat, so we will make sure to address it. We are going to move to session 2, which is our policy engagement panel, which will be moderated by Josh Rosenthal. Josh, over to you.
Thank you, Rachel. Well, as Lindsay outlined, policy is often a place that provides opportunities to improve, to scale up, to adapt an intervention. And sometimes policy is the thing itself. So we have two very senior, thoughtful individuals here from that have experience right at that interface of research and policy. And they are not implementation scientists per se, but rather, health-focused researchers. And they will sort of bring us some insights from their experience. Our first speaker is Dr. Emmanuel Hakizimana. Dr. Hakizimana is the director of vector control in Rwanda at the Rwanda Biomedical Center as part of the Ministry of Health. And he has extensive experience in both designing surveillance systems and then working directly with the ministries and other sectors as necessary to implement systems that reduce, in particular, malaria. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Emmanuel, and please go ahead. I think, Aisha, you're running his slides. You're muted, Emmanuel. We can't hear you. No sound. Perhaps turn off your camera. Now, try again. Unmute. Very good. So I'm not hearing him. Aisha, is there something on your end you can do?
He can probably try to leave the Zoom and try to come back in to see if that will help.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, for some reason, when we've entered this way, I've completely lost control of the volume on my end, and I wonder if I can mute and unmute though.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we tried to unmute.
Can you hear us, Emmanuel? Yes, you can. Okay, perhaps enter and exit and enter again. Okay, we see you again. Can you hear us, Emmanuel? Okay, but we still don't hear you. This is one we hadn't anticipated.
Did you try the, there's a mute button on your keyboard, Emmanuel, that maybe you could try? Josh, we could also flip the presentations potentially.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. Why don't we then, Purnima, if you are ready to start, we can start with you and then come back to Emmanuel, and perhaps someone, we can work with Emmanuel in the meanwhile to see if we can solve this problem. Okay, so perhaps you want to take down Emmanuel's slides. Okay. Well, thank you for your patience here. Emmanuel, we'll be back to you. Let's see if we can't solve this audio problem, and we'll try again in the next few minutes. Dr. Purnima Prabhakaran is a physician and a senior research scientist at the Center for Chronic Disease Control at the Public Health Foundation of India. She has become a leading voice in climate change and health in India, and with a particular focus on access to and delivery of clinical care services. And she has begun her own network that I'm hoping she'll talk a little bit about around South Asia to expand understanding and approaches to climate adaptation for health in LMICs. Purnima, please go ahead and unmute and see if that works for you.
Yes, I have unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, Josh, for the kind introduction. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. At the outset, I want to thank the hosts of the CUGH Satellite Symposium, the Fogarty International Center, for the opportunity to speak to this audience here today. As Josh said, I'm not really an implementation science person, but more at the core of hardcore research, but also engage with national and subnational governments on a range of environmental health issues and policy making, as it were. So at the cost of sounding cliched, I think I wanted to start with this question: why are we talking about climate change, as in people working in the health sector, whether we are academics or practicing clinicians? Why are we talking about climate change? And the answer really is, as Josh and Rachel talked about in the beginning, and as also Lindsay, that this is really code red for humanity. It is the biggest public health challenge of the 21st century, but it's not all gloom and doom. It's also stated to be the biggest public health opportunity of the 21st century. And that's because I think also because of the recognition that the climate crisis is the health crisis, we also have a lot of tools and guidance now at hand to begin to address this huge crisis. I like to also start with this graphic that was depicted nearly 15 years ago now in the Lancet 2009 publication. The top half of this graphic, many of you might have seen this, but I think it's a nice graphic to help set context on why we are having these conversations. The top half of this graphic, which is really a heat map, actually shows us the legacy carbon emissions that have come from different parts of the world. And we can see here that it's mostly the high-income countries that have been responsible for the carbon emissions. But the most stark reality is in the bottom half of this graphic in the form of the health consequences of climate change. And this is what we are all worried about and why we are convening to talk about it today, because the health consequences of climate change are really in the middle and low-income countries. At about the same time, in the year 2009, there was this report that was released by the WHO, which looked at research around climate change and health. And the report was called Protecting Health from Climate Change. And it's tried to look at the global research priorities. And they were not really thinking of implementation science at that point. But fast forward to 10 years later, in 2019, WHO actually sat up and talked about what happened in that decade that went by. I mean, from 2009 to 2019, did something really happen after they released this report when they said, these are the research priorities, and this is where we need to go with all our questions, our research questions. So in 2019, the WHO and the Global Climate and Health Alliance had convened a civil society working group. And within that group, we had a research subgroup, which I happen to chair. And we set out to try and update this report and see if anything changed in the decade that followed after 2009. And we really did a very, simple though comprehensive exercise with a very basic search strategy, looking at the usually searched medical databases, and just use keywords that depicted climate change, greenhouse gas emissions, global warming, and health. And what it showed us was that most of the research we found hit over 2,000 articles in the last decade, 2009 to 2019, which was our search period. All the research happened to fall in one of these 5 buckets. So vulnerability to health, health protection strategies, the health impacts of adaptation and mitigation, decision support systems for some reason, but it may have been a lot of modeling work that happened in this space. And then the financial costs as it relates to climate change and health. And what it also showed us was the thematic distribution of all the reviewed articles showed that a large part of this research happened in the temperature-related health hazard space. Some of it was related to multiple health impacts of climate change, a little bit around infectious diseases and air pollution, and somewhat unequally distributed research in the rest of the domains, all of which actually directly or indirectly are related to impacts of acute climate events. What was also interesting, and which we tried to look at, was the geographical distribution of all these articles. And what we found, expectedly so, was that nearly 50%, or a little more than 50% of the research happened in the high-income countries. And though there was all of this research in the Asias and Europe and in Central America, much of this research actually was centered in the high-income countries. Maybe it was funded or led by researchers in the high-income countries, whereas research in these countries, what we call the low-income or lower middle-income countries, was much less. And I like to call this actually the 1090 gap, or maybe the 2080 gap. So 80% of the disease burden is in these countries, but only 20% of the research happens here. So if I were to summarize what we found in that work, the output of research that relates to climate change and health is really growing rapidly, but there are important gaps that we need to sit up and take notice about. And I think we summarized it over here when we said that most of the research has focused on health vulnerabilities to climate change, but much more is needed on the health impacts of mitigation, on the effectiveness of adaptation measures across the world, and also the potential health co-benefits of this kind of research. I already mentioned that most of the studies were conducted in high-income countries compared to the low and middle-income countries, where most of the health burden of climate events occurred. The financial estimations of climate and health impacts definitely needs further investigation. And we also needed to focus on gender disaggregated data and health impacts research on vulnerable communities. This report was released at the Glasgow COP, the COP26 at the Health Pavilion hosted by the WHO. And what we said in that report in the form of recommendations was that we really need to promote collaborative intersectoral research. And I think more and more we recognize that needs to include implementation science and collect gender disaggregated data, data on vulnerable populations. A lot of work needs to focus on equity and social justice. We need to conduct economic assessments because that's the language that policymakers tend to understand. And I will talk a little bit more about that, bridging the knowledge and the action gap, given this is a policy-centered panel. And also, last but not the least, to improve advocacy and communications. So I want to take this into the discussion around how things translate from generation of knowledge and evidence around the health impacts of climate change. As the context setting showed us, health effects research is an important part of even implementation science. And I'd like to take the example of air pollution, given that India, the country where I come from, is a hub for air pollution. We actually are often called the air pollution capital of the world, with 15 of the 20 most polluted cities in the world actually housed here in India. And air pollution research is something that I want to pick up also because it has co-benefits for climate impacts. It's the pollutants that are responsible for air pollution are many times climate pollutants as well. So there's co-benefits for health in addressing air pollution research. And when we talk about air pollution research in India, the constant refrain has been, I wanted to highlight this in red, that we do not have contextualized evidence for health effects of air pollution from homegrown research in India. Policymakers in India have often said most of the evidence that you're talking about comes from studies in high-income countries. Otherwise, you're telling us about the global burden of disease estimates, which comes from countries that have lower pollution levels than a country like India. We are not able to do the local research because oftentimes there is not enough data. And that may be because the data is either available and not accessible, or where it is accessible, it may not be the most rigorous of data or high quality data that is required for this kind of research. If we are able to navigate this entire journey and actually do the health research that is required, what happens in terms of policy uptake is really the end of the road. And is there an appetite amongst policymakers to take up local evidence and research done at home in a particular country? So the example that I often quote is that policymakers need a different kind of narrative, whether it's implementation science or pure health effects research. It often requires a different narrative when you're engaging with policymakers. But just to encapsulate my thoughts around air pollution research, because that's the example that I picked, we have seen some major shifts in recent decades, and I think it might hold true a little bit for the climate change world as well. Research on the health impacts of climate change and acute climatic events. For air pollution, there's a growing body of air pollution research at home here in India. There is more funding available. It's mostly competitive, but it helps to enhance the homegrown evidence. We also do a lot of capacity building and at several levels, because conducting health research requires skills and capacity. And there is a growing awareness amongst health professionals and communities who are raising their voices on the importance of the issue, whether that's at local level, subnational, national, or global stages. And whether it's health effects research or implementation science, I think when we are talking to policymakers, it requires a certain narrative. And again, I'm using the example of our research around air pollution. What we have done over the last 5 years is actually try to close the gap on exposure science. It's often important to have data on exposure to air quality with air pollution. So then you can do the association analysis and look at the impacts on human health. So we have developed a very fine model, a very fine spatiotemporal model at a very high resolution of 1 square kilometer on exposure to particulate matter, particulate PM 2.5, which is the most notorious in terms of health effects. And what our research showed was that for every 25 micrograms increase in particulate matter, the systolic blood pressure of people in our study population increased by 3 to 5 millimeters of mercury. The question amongst the policymakers is really, so what? What if my blood pressure increased from 120 to 123 millimeters or 125 millimeters of mercury? So the language that we had to use for them is, if you try to achieve your national ambient air quality standards, not even the WHO air quality guidelines, that's beyond, it's aspirational for us in India to try to achieve the WHO guidelines. We have our own national ambient air quality standards. So what we are telling the policymakers is, if you address the upstream determinants of sources of air pollution within the city of Delhi, you would be able to reduce the prevalence of hypertension by about 15% in your city population. This is also cue then for the policymakers to think of city-level interim targets to achieve air quality. What is this implication for the health system is the other narrative that we use for the policymakers. You would obviously have less people accessing healthcare for the treatment of hypertension. So you address your upstream determinants of your sources of air pollution. Hopefully you will achieve your city level or national ambient air quality standards, and therefore you shift the population distribution of people with high blood pressure. And obviously, it also has economic implications. You can shift your health expenditure to higher priority areas if you're able to have the cost savings from addressing your air pollution issues. So therefore, what actions need to be taken in the next 3 to 5 years as it pertains to climate change research as well is to facilitate climate research funding, but also easy access to data that is local and available to researchers. Increase the health in all policies narrative for local, regional, as well as national action. Make health evidence as the unique selling potential, and because that has the USP to stimulate action, you can make the policymakers integrate the health conversation in all of the climate policies and establish short, midterm, and long-term goals, and really establish for them the core benefits for climate action and policymaking through implementation size, first in the geographies where it is most needed. So whether we're talking about health effects research or implementation science, I think what is really needed is a scoping of the needs, of the local needs of geographies that we are working in, and facilitating climate research funding based on those needs is so important. And I think we see huge gaps in the area that we live in South Asia. And that was the reason what Josh mentioned earlier was establishing a consortium for climate and health in South Asia was one of the first things that I felt was an important requirement, so that people in this area can actually come together and share their resources, but also share best practices and work together to build capacity in this region to address the climate crisis. So I'll stop there, and that's really in a nutshell the message that I wanted to convey. Thank you, Josh. And back to you.
Thank you, Purnima. That was very interesting and very to the point. Do you have a sense now that we have a couple minutes here while we're waiting to get Emmanuel back up, but I wanted to ask one question. Do you have a sense now that the policy community within the government of India is paying attention to research and implementation measures regarding climate change. I know there's a great deal of concern about heat. And of course, historically, as you pointed out, air pollution is, of course, a major health threat. Do you see movement to do anything differently?
Yes, certainly, Josh. I think the awareness and the awakening has happened, and we are very fortunate now that we do have housed within the Ministry of Health of the Government of India a national program for climate change and human health, which addresses several domains of the climate crisis. So we have work around air pollution, we have work around flooding, we have work around nutrition, as well as mental health. So I think the recognition is there now. I think it's a question of bringing the right people together. The policymakers need the implementers as well on the ground to make change happen. India is a country that we often look at as countries within a country. We have several states, and the vulnerabilities to climatic events are very different across the country. So it really needs subnational action to get into addressing the climate crisis. So there is movement, and I think it's in the right direction.
That's great. We'll have more time for questions and answers afterwards. Let's take another stab at getting Emmanuel's presentation going in his audio. Emmanuel, are you on? I saw you listed.
He's here, but I think Emmanuel, your audio is not working still.
Okay.
Josh, it might be a speaker output issue, so he might need to switch his speaker output.
Or a microphone issue, because the speaker output would be, oh, you mean through the
on
computer?
computer, right?
Ah. Emmanuel, did you see the suggestions that Lydia sent via email? Yes, and you tried those? Okay. I'm going to try a desperate measure. If I call you via WhatsApp, will you hear it? And we could try audio over the WhatsApp, and I'll just hold my phone up to the microphone on my computer.
Thanks, Josh.
Can we try that? Okay, let's try this and see if it works. Are you hearing my WhatsApp call, Emmanuel? Yeah. Sounds like you're not, it may not be getting through to you on the WhatsApp audio call. That's not working either. Let me see if I have your direct phone.
Thanks, Josh.
Yeah,
Everyone, for your patience. Hopefully we can get this to work.
okay. Emmanuel, I'm calling you on your cell phone. Are you there? Can you hear me? Hi, okay, I can hear you. All right. Let's try this. It's a old-fashioned workaround. Please speak up and see if this works.
Okay.
Can folks hear Emmanuel?
Yes.
Okay. If I can switch on now my
Oh, there's a feedback, of course. Let me turn off my speaker, which I can't control with this entry into.
Is it right now?
Yeah, we have a bounce back.
It
that-
sounds okay from here, Josh.
Okay. All right, let's try ahead. Let's go ahead, Emmanuel. Please start.
Okay. It's really a pleasure to contribute to this conference. I'm going to present the experience from Rwanda for integration of climate to management of malaria. Presentation of Rwanda, malaria started as a big problem from 1987, and it was really documented from 1990 and 2000. And in East Africa, Island, malaria was documented as the associated tool for climate change, specifically temperature and rainfall. It was documented in neighboring countries, Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, and Ethiopia.
Sorry, Emmanuel.
Madagascar.
Please tell us when to advance the slides. Someone on our end is advancing the slides for us. So if is it time to advance the slides? Please say next slide.
Okay.
Aisha, can you advance the next slide? Or you?
I think he's the one sharing his screen. I would have to switch. Yeah.
Okay, very good. So you're controlling the slides. Very good.
Okay, that's fine.
Very good. Thank you.
Next. Next slide.
We got it. You're showing them.
It's okay. I'll take over and share his slides.
Okay, I would like to move to the next slide, please. Okay. Okay, that's fine. And then from 2000, Rwanda now started to set up integration of climate, entomology, and epidemic data. From 2009, we started by setting up entomology monitoring, and then later we integrated climate station to collect the data on rainfall and also temperature minima and maxima. And from 2012, malaria was really a big problem because it was increased from around 5 million. And primary factors we identified was increasing of average temperature, which was around 2 degrees. And after 2015 and 17, we included as partners because we found that the primary actors for malaria management was not only Ministry of Health, and we included the other partners, Meteo Rwanda, and Ministry of Agriculture and the Environment. We developed a consensus plan addressing malaria control, which was endorsed and approved by the Prime Minister office. After we adapted also other interventions, for instance, indoor residential spraying, because we used to spray only 2 rounds per year, and also targeting the high burden districts. After we changed now to spray only from August to October, because we have 2 peaks of rainfall. The first one is November, and the second one in May. And we found that when we stay from September, October, we manage well malaria control in the high endemic malaria. And because in our planning, we used to categorize or classify high risk of malaria around 80% of the county. But when we found that there was a treatment of temperature, we extended now the high risk of malaria countywide. All these things we classify as high burden, and also we categorize or map interventions based on climate data, mainly rainfall and also temperature. Most of districts located in the eastern and the south of the county have been now targeted for indoor or residual spraying. And districts located in the western and the northern county with the altitude above 1,500 meters above sea level. Now we were discussing deadness, not combination with IRA. And the later last year, from 2022, from February to July, we had a severe outbreak of Rift Valley fever. And when we take now the data from our metro stations, we found that the outbreak was associated with the long rain season and also a peak of rain season which was happening in February instead of April of this year. Okay, and then we collaborated with the ministry in charge of agriculture, animal husbandry, and the environment now to address that issue of Rift Valley fever outbreak. Mainly, we work with the environmental management and also with the fixing the cattle and vaccination of cattle and mobilization of the community to apply environmental modification by drying up for stagnant water, but mainly in the pessimistic setting. And the primary challenges we are facing is the first collaboration, because most of stakeholders are not really aware about the correlation between climate parameters and also health disease. Another problem is the lack of functioning of early warning systems, which is integrated into our health system. We are working with the Fogarty, Metro Rwanda agency, environment, and the Ministry of Health. Another challenge also is about really lack of funding to support the research, and also mitigation or adaptation of climate change effect on health. We set up some framework for collaboration and information sharing. The first one is the technical working group for One Health. And also we have the malaria technical working group, integrating the main stakeholders. And also we have workshops for dissemination of malaria report for malaria funding with different stakeholders. But between the dissemination meeting involving all stakeholders, we organize internal meetings with the vector control team and also malaria control team. And we are sharing all information regarding the climate and also epidemiological and atmospherical parameters. And we used to have also ad hoc meetings with malaria program and the Rwanda Meteorological Agency. And the major challenge now is really a function of collaboration between Rwanda Meteorological Agency and also the Ministry of Health, not only malaria program and also other sectors. Take home message I would like to share with you. Currently, we are working based on individual expertise and also individual willingness. There is a lack of awareness among different non-actors and the Ministry of Health, and also disconnection between researchers and estimators or managers. I think in the coming years, we will just have to extend our methodology perspective and work closely with the Rwanda Meteorological Agency and also with the Ministry of Environment, now to integrate the fully climate data into health information system. Thank you, Joyce, and we just apologize for the technical issue. Next, we are going out to improve our services. Thank you much.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, and thank you for your patience with the audio challenges. We'll have to work this out better so it works better in the future. So if I understood correctly, you have existing government-wide committees focused on sort of interagency or interministry collaborations to reduce or to manage malaria. Do you often discuss climate change or climate parameters explicitly? You pointed out that the awareness of climate change impacts is not so great. Is the bareness, is the barrier related to awareness related to climate itself, or is it related to their understanding that agricultural management practices or transportation practices also affect malaria dynamics, for example?
Yeah, thank you, George. Really, the interest of Ministry of Health of Rwanda started from 2012 when malaria increased drastically from 200,000 to 5 million cases.
No.
And at that time, the government took responsibility to mobilize all stakeholders involving the Rwanda Meteorological Agency and the Ministry of Environment. It was the same time we found that there was really involvement contribution of climate change to malaria outbreak or malaria inclusion. We developed a strategy plan for 5 years and involving all stakeholders. The continuous plan was developed in 2016-17, but unfortunately, the close collaboration between Ministry of Health and the Meteorological or Climate Agency is not really effectively working. We see now to involve now Meteorological Agency work together and to integrate climate data into health system and to generate dashboard for early warning, for adaptation and the mitigation of potential effects of climate change. Because we experience many times the effects of climate change on health, mainly malaria.
Okay, all right. It sounds actually fairly successful. We have some time now for questions. If there are any from the audience, either for Emmanuel or Purnima, regarding their presentations. Do you see any in the?
There's one in the chat, Josh.
Okay.
Looks like it's for you, I think, Purnima, on how NGOs can be involved in local data collection and data access.
Right. Purnima?
Yeah, well, I'll answer the second part first, about access to data. I'm not really sure how NGOs would be able to play a role. But in terms of data collection, I think there is the concept of participatory research where we try to engage with communities, in citizen science, for example. And I guess that's where NGOs and people working on the ground with communities have a role to play. I think I would look at that as the opportunity for civil society and NGOs to play a role in research, in growing the evidence base. Participatory research that involves like qualitative methods. I think a lot of that, there's scope for involving people on the ground. So that would be my answer.
Yeah, I'm aware. Go ahead, Emmanuel.
From one side, it's a problem, accessibility to the data set, but the major issue is the organization of the data to facilitate the caring. But from last year, we are working with the Ifaka Institute. We take up a database, which includes entomology and meteorology. And after now, we are going to participate the sharing of data with other partners. But currently, it's a problem.
And so the problem is technical rather than policy based. Is there any objection? Yeah, okay. Oh. Yeah, I'm aware that both India and Rwanda have large numbers of NGOs involved in both climate change and in health separately, and some at that interface. I suppose their role is primarily related to activism or communicating results from some of the research to enhance government action? Or do you see them having a role there?
No, I think it's not restricted to activism. I think that mindset has certainly got to change. I think civil society organizations and NGOs play a much bigger role now, I think, in sensitization and awareness building, especially, again, if I were to take the issue of air pollution. I think from moms to, we have a group called Warrior Moms, who build sensitization and awareness around the health effects of air pollution just by sheer personal experiences, So I think beyond advocacy and activism, there's also a lot of people who work with vulnerable communities, for example, whether it's accumulating data, experiential, whether it's anecdotal format or just in the form of qualitative research. I think there is a big role that they play. I think it's beyond activism, I think.
Thank you. Emmanuel, I don't know if you see a comment in the chat space from Jean Bicomeye. He says, I also have a question about data access. Is there an opportunity for partners to have access to the climate data collected? He says, by the way, I'm a Rwandan and proud to see work being done in this space. So the question relates to access to climate data that may be relevant to health, to Manuel. Is this regarding the same database that you were just discussing a minute ago?
Exactly. The main problem is really capacity building from two sides. Health sector and also climate or meteorological or departmental sector, and also how to connect between the health parameters and the climate parameters. We need really to strengthen the capacity to collaborate with the researchers and now to disseminate our findings, because we collected a lot of data from meteorological agencies and the Ministry of Health. We need now to collaborate with the researchers now to disseminate the findings and to facilitate the decision makers for mitigation and adaptation to climate change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. And in fact, I have observed this challenge in multiple countries now. Access to meteorological data by the general public or for academic researchers is often very difficult. Meteorological agencies in many countries work on a cost recovery model, and they can't necessarily have resources to develop and expand and share locally relevant, especially on a time series basis, meteorological data. So this is, and then merging it with health data is an additional challenge. Thank you. Do we have time for one more? Oh, yeah, we have a few more time for questions here.
Yeah, we have
Okay.
time, Josh, until about 11:45.
Okay. There's a question for Purnima. It says that there have been relatively little research on mental health outcomes in climate change research. What are your thoughts on how to expand research and assessing mental health outcomes due to climate drivers?
Yes, I mean, it is an under-researched area, but I think the fact is that we are cognizant of that now. So I'm happy to note that even my students, students who are studying masters in public health, for example, want to do their thesis projects around mental health, climate anxiety. So I think there is a change in that momentum, and there are people wanting to research in this area, but also taking it to the big funding agencies. I think, for example, the Wellcome Trust has put out a call on, climate change and mental health impact. So I think there is scope for things to change, and certainly in the right direction. And I think bringing like-minded professionals together who are interested in doing this kind of research and pointing them to the funding agencies that are supporting this kind of research is important. And whether that's students or seasoned researchers, I think there's a lot of work that can be done in this space.
Thank you. There's another question regarding expanded access to internet broadband, both to increase access to data and information on education, in many LMICs. Of course, this lags behind. I know in Rwanda, it's a significant challenge as well, both access and cost to broadband internet. India, I'm less clear on how well this is, but do you see this playing an important role in facilitating health and climate interventions? Expanding broadband access?
Yeah, I mean, I think internet connectivity is an issue, but I think that too is changing. I think a lot of people have access to mobile phones now, you know, and smartphones as well, and they're able to kind of access a lot of materials. And in fact, using telephones and mobile phones for telemedicine, for example, or even health-related messages is becoming more and more common. So it is there. It's still in some pockets that the access to internet is not optimal, but I think we are slowly inching towards covering the nation. So it's good news on that front. I like to think positive.
So probably with the Rwanda experience also, developed a data sharing agreement, and students may access to a historical data after signing now this data sharing agreement. From that, there are many data are not used, not disseminated. And we are encouraging now students to develop a protocol, and after they sign a data sharing agreement, they can now access to epidemiological, entomological, and climate data. And we recommend them also to access to meteorological data from Rwanda Meteorological Agency, because we have an agreement for data sharing. Through this data sharing agreement, students or researchers can access now to historical data, to publish.
Yeah. So I have a question about when you're, for both of you, when you're working across ministries, who, inside the health sector and in other ministries that need to be informed, whether data is important at all versus messaging and communication more generally. Like, what is the role of data in that discussion to drive, for example, the request to change irrigation policy, perhaps in Rwanda, or vis-a-vis climate change implications for malaria, or in India, if you're suggesting that in fact the interaction of heat and air pollution is creating a crisis in certain hospital sectors, and you need that some delivery parameters need to be adjusted. Is data the primary way to communicate that with government ministers? Do you need to bring in outside people? Is it, how much is messaging? How much is person-to-person contacts? What's your advice to those who are trying to enhance the delivery of health promoting efforts in the specific modalities? How do you drive that?
Probably if I start with Rwanda, fortunately, I'm in charge of data collection, and also dissemination, planning, and implementation. Usually when we analyze data, but specifically for annual report or for dissemination of two different technical working groups, I can advise a Minister of Health for which intervention of the data. And also I can advise other non-health sectors involved in outbreak of any disease. Probably this is our participation from Rwanda to collect the data, disseminate the data, and also take the decision and develop implementation or action. But our problem now, we start now to involve researchers because we found that monitoring research plus implementation is really very hard, it's very difficult. I would like me at least to develop the research agenda and to guide the researchers, research institutions, academic institutions, and I think now as the priority implementation. Thank you.
So if I understand you correctly, communicating the results to convince the Minister of Health that your data is important and for them to advance a policy or a program to implement them is not the challenge. The challenge is actually the implementation of those for technical or financial or other reasons within the other agencies.
Yeah, exactly. As I'm in charge of data control, I'm in charge of collecting data, dissemination, and also planning. Yeah, it's why I'm really indicated to provide the technical guidance and also technical advice. Not only from data collection or technical reports, but also from public data from partners.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I mean, there's no two ways about it. Data is super important for the entire spectrum of action from evidence-based research, translating that to policy, to action. I think data is very, very crucial. And when I say data, I mean every aspect of it, the availability of data and accessibility to data. And where it's becoming accessible, it also needs to be high quality data, at least good quality data, because it's so important that your research is based on rigorous, data, high quality data, which can then be translated into local and regional policy making. So I think it's an important piece. There's no two ways about it. And I think the governments have an obligation to make data available. Data should be in public domain. There's often these national level data sets that are collected, there's census data that happens or demographic and health surveys that happen. All of those things need to be in public domain. I think only then you can have rigorous epidemiological research that can feed build the evidence base for the country and then feed into effective policy making. And I think also translating that research into language that policymakers can understand and use in their policy making is so important. I think it's very critical. And I gave an example in my presentation how we are trying to make them understand, how they should be addressing air quality management in India. And I just wanted to pick up on a question that was there in the chat around the issue of population and use of clean cooking stoves and uptake of those kind of interventions. I think this feeds directly into the narrative on implementation science that we were having in this session. And I think it's an important area in India because using biomass and wood and the kind of cooking that happens in many parts of rural India, it's still using like coal, for example. So unclean cooking fuels what they can do in terms of the impacts for health of the women living in these rural households, and also the impacts on their children. Often they have little children in these one-room tenements who are playing around while these women are cooking with almost no chimneys or windows, or maybe one window and one door. So I think what we are trying to do is that narrative has to change. The behavior change communication should center around the health impacts that they are likely facing by exposing themselves to these unclean cooking fuels. I think that's an important area for action, and I think we are becoming more and more cognizant of the way this needs to be approached. It's not just about giving them a clean cooking stove. It also needs to be a change in the narrative, telling them that they need to change their behaviors and adopt these cleaner cooking fuels because of the impacts it has for not just their health, but also for the next generation. So I thank you for the question. I think somebody posted it in the chat, I think. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And of course, you folks are both speaking to a sympathetic audience here about the importance of data. I think the real issue is, do policymakers who are not scientists use data to drive their decisions, and where and when they do? And of course, that continues to be a challenge around the world, certainly here in the US. Okay, thank you very much to both of you for sharing your insights and experience here. I'm going to turn the session back over to Rachel now, and I hope you can stay on through the rest of the session to listen and participate as able.
Great. Thank you very much. These are great contributions, I think, and really a critical area of focus if we're thinking about how to leverage implementation science. So huge thank you to both of you. Thanks, Emmanuel, for your patience in getting through the audio issues. We are slated for a break. I'm actually going to give us a short 15-minute break. So if we could come back at 12:05 Eastern time, that would be great. I'm going to post a little survey or Mentimeter in the chat, just so we can learn a little bit more about who's here with us. If you could just take a minute to do that at some point over the break, we will share the results a little bit later in the meeting. So we'll be back at 12:05 for the next session. Hi all, welcome back. Hopefully we have people back with us to kick us off into session 3. Again, I had put in the chat before the break a little Mentimeter to find out who we have. We've gotten 18 responses. If others could fill that out, I put it in the chat again. So our next session is focused on leveraging implementation science for climate adaptation research. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Lindsay, if you're back.
Yes, can you see me okay?
Oh, I can see you. Yes.
Great.
So Lindsay's going to moderate for us. Over to you.
Thanks, Rachel. So hello, everyone. Welcome to session 3. Welcome back. This is focused on case studies on how implementation science can be leveraged for climate adaptation. And I'm so honored to introduce our panelists for this session this afternoon, Dr. Fayez Abdullah, Dr. Jeremy Hess, and Dr. Surya Hassan. So our first panelist is Dr. Fayez Abdullah. Dr. Abdullah is a professor in water resources and environmental engineering at the Jordan University of Science Technology and director of the Queen Rania Al Abdullah Center for Environmental Sciences and Technology. He has more than 25 years of national, regional, and international experience in water resources, climate change, and drought assessment and environmental engineering. And then the last 25 years, Dr. Abdullah was involved in many national and international studies related to greenhouse gas emissions, climate change vulnerability, impact, adaptation, and climate change mitigation. Our second panelist joining us today is Dr. Jeremy Hess. Dr. Hess is a professor of environmental and occupational health sciences, global health and emergency medicine at the University of Washington. He's an emergency medicine physician with additional training in global environmental health and pursued his medical residency and public health training at Emory University and joined the faculty at the University of Washington in 2015, where he practices emergency medicine. He also conducts research, teaches, and is director of the UW Center for Health and Global Environment, or Change Center, and served as a senior medical advisor to the Climate and Health Program at the Centers for Disease Control from 2006 to 2015, and is an author on the annual Lancet Countdown on Health and Climate Change, and lead author on the 5th U.S. National Climate Assessment, among many others. Our third panelist is Dr. Surya Hassan. Dr. Hassan is an assistant professor at the Emory School of Medicine and Rollins School of Public Health. She is a physician and an implementation scientist with an interest in reducing and equitable effects of climate change on health of populations locally and globally. Her current research portfolio utilizes system science approaches to address the needs of people living with chronic non-communicable diseases in the setting of climate-induced disasters. Her work utilizes implementation and system science approaches to reduce the inequitable effects of climate change on the health of populations locally and globally. She has an NIH NHLBI funded career development grant working with federally qualified health centers in the Caribbean to address the needs of people living with non-communicable diseases in the setting of climate-induced disasters. She's previously worked with the Pan American Health Organization to also address disaster preparedness for non-communicable diseases in the Caribbean, and is now translating her work in the Caribbean to sub-Saharan Africa, where she's working with colleagues currently in Mozambique. And so I now like to turn the virtual podium over to our first panelist, Dr. Abdullah. The floor is yours.
I just want to share my screen. Okay. It's the screen is clear now.
Yes, just flip it over to presenter mode. There you go. Perfect. Thank you, Fayez.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. Good morning. Depending on the time where you are there. Actually, I would like to thank the organizer for for inviting me for this great event. And I would like to share with you the experience that we have in the Middle East, in Jordan and in the Middle East regarding the implementation science. And here just I will, in my presentation, I will cover the overall impacts of climate change and the implementation, key challenges, and the opportunities, threats, example related to climate change adaptation and mitigation, and implementation strategies approach. When we talk about the climate change, and the clear thing about Jordan is that we will have a warmer, dry climate, which means that we have increased temperature in the future, and a drier climate, which means reduction of precipitation. This will affect the all sectors, including the health sector. And we have, for the health sector, negative impacts of climate change on health have become increasingly evident in Jordan in terms of increasing airborne respiratory diseases, water and foodborne diseases, vector-borne diseases, heat wave, occupational health. The increased temperature due to climate change is likely to be associated with the increased survival and abundance of microorganisms, and thus will increase the water and foodborne diseases. Increased incidence of flooding due to climate change will also contribute to the spread of these diseases, primarily from contamination of water caused by disruption of water purification and treatment system. Also, we are expected more heat waves in the future, and this will cause more heat related problem. When we talk about the implementation, health and adaptation, actually, I am a background. My background is an environmental engineer and climate change. Let us say my studies in climate change and my research on teaching in climate change. Actually, we did some implementation in the other sectors, like in the agricultural sector, water sector. But when we talk about the rule, I think the climate change or the implementation science can play an important role to promote sustainable solution and interventions to protect human health against induced direct and indirect climate change. In order to successfully apply the implementation science in the health adaptation, it is necessary to understand or analyze and study the previous or other real examples of adaptation, not only from the health sector, but also from other sectors that can help us to understand what are the challenges, what are the limitations we face, what are the threats, and what are the lessons learned. Therefore, it's very important to take a look on these challenges. If we come to the key challenges to successfully implement the climate health interventions, just I summarize this, what we have in the health sector, the awareness and knowledge of climate change impact in relation to health sector must be mainstreamed into all health-related communication and outreach events. Current capacity to develop and utilize climate models to more accurately predict the likelihood of different scenarios for the health sector is very limited, and the sector needs a data management system for collecting and sharing data on health outcomes and associated climate change issues, which is a critical component to conduct the vulnerability assessment and also to build or design any adaptation interventions or any mitigation activity. Also, the other main challenges that we're facing on the health sector is the mobilization of secured financial resources. And this is, it is not only a case for Jordan, it is a case for most of the countries in the MENA region. And also what we find that there is a lack of integration of climate change and its impacts into healthcare planning. It's usually still we are in the early stages of integrating climate change in the policies and strategies. And also that what we also notice that we have a weak coordination among the different sectors, and also we have also weak framework for prioritization the priorities that are related to initiatives for climate change. And also what we noticed that also we have limited capacity in monitoring and evaluation of the health impact due to undeveloped data capacity and indicators. So if we just to summarize what are the types of opportunities and threats, if we come to the policy and institutional, we have let us say in most of the countries in the region, in Jordan actually, that climate change adaptation now and mitigation are considered in the national determinant contribution, in the national adaptation plan, in the national climate change strategy, but still we don't have a clear strategy or policy for health. And also, if we go for another opportunity, that there is a rapidly growing awareness leading to local and international demand to tackle climate change. And also in terms of the capacity, we have the donors are now increasing and integrating climate resilient capacity development into funding, so that we have more rooms for funding for the climate change. And also growing number of research institutions and climate change organization expanding knowledge and resource to tackle climate change. These are kind of the opportunities. If we come to some of the threats that we are facing during the implementation of any of these interventions, we see that the institution capacity and the commitment to execute risk not sufficiently taken. Climate change is not sufficiently taken into account within the sectoral policies, poor coordination across institutions, loss of a human resources capacity, which I mean the brain drain, limited national capacity in developing, enforcing sectoral adaptation and mitigation measures. If we go, another challenging problem is the finance, and there are now, as I mentioned, there are some funds are available, like the Adaptation Fund, the Green Climate Fund, and this is our opportunities. But if we come for the threats and the limitation, we have lack of investment in infrastructure due to economic crisis. And the economic crisis that we are facing in Jordan, and due to the political instability in the region, we have about 2 million of Syrian refugees. This also put much pressure on the government on the basic needs of the people. So it's therefore it is this kind of situation prevent us to proceed to kind of any adaptation or any mitigation measures related to health. Weak capacity to effectively access to climate funds. This is a real problem in our ministries, in our institution, that in order to really get good fund, you need to write good proposals, and in order to write a good proposal, these proposals should be convincing and really tackling the human health and the vulnerable peoples. And this is, I think, this is the trick that we need to consider. And when we come to the research and development, climate change projection now is studies are now available. But there is no like any good vulnerability assessment studies for different health outcomes. The data issue is a problem, as we mentioned in the previous session. The data is one of the most challenging problem that are preventing us to conducting or carrying or designing any kind of good interventions. Sometimes you see that in some areas we have some lacking of national experts and researchers to climate change modeling. The other issues that we are facing when we come to collecting the data, that the data and who are responsible for the data are distributed among different agencies. For example, if you come for climatic data in Jordan, it is like distributed among 3 ministries: the Ministry of Transport, they have the Department of Meteorology, the Ministry of Water and Irrigation, they have their own gauges, and the Ministry of Agriculture. So it's very difficult sometimes to have a good set of data, and there is no like any. It seems that the coordination is very weak in this manner. There are some things that we need when we talk about implementation science, and in order to design health interventions, that we need to think about kind of some feasibility test that we need to consider while we are designing or implementing these interventions. We need to make sure that we meet the engineering feasibility, the economic feasibility, the financial feasibility, the political feasibility, and the social feasibility and environmental feasibility. These are the feasibility tests that we need to carry out or to make sure that we are taking into account. And most of these actually are addressed in the threats and the opportunities that I mentioned. There are some other requirements that we need to ensure for good implementation for climate adaptation for health sector. First of all, I think we need to think about incorporating climate risk in policy and institutional reform in the health sector. This is an important thing, that you need to have a policy that cover your activity, and you need to have institutional reform. If you don't have a climate change unit in the Ministry of Health, it is very difficult to proceed more in your interventions. Building the adaptive capacity, we find that the adaptive capacity is very weak in terms of the health workers or the decision makers. Building resilience and reducing vulnerability, this is another issue that we need to talk about it or to take into consideration. Research and development, climate finance, as I mentioned, and the most important thing is the stakeholder engagement. In order to have a sustainable interventions, it is very important to in the early stage of designing any interventions to include or involve those stakeholders, those who will operate and repair and maintain such interventions. Also, we need to identify what is the human capacity that we have, and what are the financial resources and from where. And also the last thing that we need to consider is we need to put a monitoring and evaluation plan for the interventions for different time period, so that we can redesign or rethink about this intervention or remodify these interventions. I just here to mention two examples. The two examples, the one example is about the GeoHealth for climate change and health in the Middle East and North Africa. This project is funded by the NIH, and this is funded last year actually, and we gathered 3 universities from the US and 3 universities from the Middle East. The university from the US is the Harvard University, University of California, Berkeley, and University of California, San Diego, and the Jordan University of Science and Technology from Jordan, and the one university from Lebanon, and another university from Morocco. We are, when we design this, and I think this GeoHub will present or will promote in the future some of the good cases for implementation science. First of all, we follow most of the ideas that we need to make sure that our interventions that we are going to do during this project is really sustainable, so that we focusing on the water scarcity, nitrate pollution, and heat waves in Jordan, and the health impacts of air pollution in Lebanon, and the sand dust storm and health and human health in Morocco. So if you look for the literature or for the publication on the research on these areas in our regions, it is almost neglected. And also, if you look for what are the policies are available or the strategies are available to tackle all these human health and the climate change is very weak, or it's not exist. So this is within this project. I think with the 5-year projects, we are going to establish a capacity building program where we can initiate 3 environmental health programs, 1 environmental health program at the public health at the University of Jordan, PhD environmental health program at the ministry at the University of Balamand in Lebanon, and another PhD program in Morocco, the Mohammed VI University of Health Sciences. So within these 5 years, we are going to produce new professionals, new graduates who are tackling some areas that are related to human health, and our region is lacking this kind of expertise. The other another case study that already I participated in writing the proposal for it is the building resilience to cope with the climate change in Jordan through improving water use efficiency in agricultural sector. And this project is the budget of this project is about $50 million, 25 million from the Green Climate Fund, and 25 are in kind from the government of Jordan. And the objective of this project is to increase the resilience of most vulnerable people, communities, and the regions, and health. Also increase the resilience of health and well-being, and food and water security. And this is the idea of this project, that we design it in 3 components. The first component is to build the climate resilience for water system for enhanced water security. And the other one is the climate change resilience for enhanced livelihood and food security. And the third component is scale up of climate change adaptation into policy. So we design several interventions that are related to these components, and we are, I think, most of the idea that I mentioned in the proposal on this presentation is already taken into account when we are designing this project. So this is a good example, and still, this is also it's now 2 years, it's 7-year projects. There's still 5 years. I'm sure that it will be also in the future. It will be one of the good case studies for implementation science related to health, related to climate change adaptation in water and agricultural sector. Just to summarize some of the key messages that from our experience with the implementation of several interventions, that first of all, we always need to think about the challenges and the limitation involving stakeholders are necessary steps to apply implementation science in climate change health adaptation. Mitigation and adaptation measures must be considered by the health sector managers to adapt to the effect of climate change that have already occurred or unavoidable. Needs to address the impact of climate change on its social, health, economic, and environmental development. And we need to think about the health co-benefits, social co-benefits, environmental co-benefits in our adaptation, health adaptation interventions. Adaptation measures must ensure institutional response capacity, community education, and awareness of the risks. And by this slides, I end my presentation.
Thank you, Fayez, for that wonderful talk. So please put your questions in the chat. We'll have some dedicated time for Q&A. And now we will transition over to our next speaker, Dr. Jeremy Hess. Dr. Hess, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to be a part of this panel. I'm looking forward to the discussion. I'm going to talk with you a little bit about our experience implementing a heat action plan in India. We were operating at a time, this is back in around 2009 when all of this started, when there wasn't really a robust concept of implementation science in the same way that there is today. So I'm going to go through our experience with an eye toward the evidence we had available to us at different points, and then what we contributed to the evidence base, and then close with some thoughts on where we stand with early warning systems, particularly heat early warning systems, vis-a-vis implementation science. So as I mentioned, the setting is around 2009. And at that time, particularly in the mid-latitudes of the world, heat was essentially seen as a nuisance, not as a true health threat. But that was changing. We started to see a series of really deadly heat waves in India from the late 90s into the early aughts. And we'd heard that there had been significant health impacts, but those were sort of seen as one-off events. But then in 2010, there was an event in Ahmedabad, which is in the northwestern part of India, that really was off the charts. You can see here, literally, the chart of historical temperatures in red, and then that summer in India, in Ahmedabad, and that particular event highlighted in red there, where the maximum temperature during that heat wave was 46.8 degrees Celsius. And for a number of reasons, there was an opportunity to learn from this. It was starting to be seen as a pattern, and there was concern that heat was more than a nuisance and needed to be dealt with more directly. So I was part of an international team that came together as a result of a favorable context in Gujarat. The governor at the time, Modi, was interested in climate change mitigation. So there was real comfort about talking about climate change there. And we had a very strong public health lead in the International Institute of Public Health, Gandhinagar, with Dilip Mavalankar, who's the dean. Trusted leadership in the city and a real cooperative atmosphere. And we recognized as a group that we needed to learn a lot more. We needed evidence about what happened, and we needed evidence about what to do. So we started to assemble that evidence. And some of the early work we did was epidemiological. Give you a little context, Ahmedabad at the time, 6.35 million. It's, I'm sure, probably closer to 9 now. Rapidly growing, continues to grow rapidly. A lot of poverty, about a quarter of the residents were living in slums. It's a dry climate, hot, dry summers. Peak temperatures are May to June. And as I said, in 2010, they experienced a warm summer for the entire period and then have this one dramatic event. And you can see here, daily death counts plotted by day. And then on the right, we have maximum temperature. So this was 2010. So we have average daily death counts in blue in that blue line, and then daily death counts in 2010. You can see there is some association. Death counts were higher in 2010 than previously. And then we had this event where we had a big spike in temperatures. We had a big spike in mortality, and really no mortality displacement. It's not like that that death count hit a trough afterward. It was true excess mortality. And you can see here, it's a similar curve, but showing just the days around that event and then including other years, that there's a very dramatic spike in mortality, excess deaths, over 1,000 people. And so this was quite motivating to the local health authorities, and they were eager to move forward. But there really was not then, and I would argue still isn't, a lot of evidence related to what to do about this. This is a study from 2012 done by colleagues at WHO, showing that there really was not a lot of policy relevant and action oriented literature available to us to support climate change adaptation. They did a systematic review of the literature at the time, and there were 40 articles that actually spoke to these different global research priorities in terms of climate change adaptation. The literature specific to heat early warning systems was summarized in a paper by Bernard and McGeehan in 2004. And it was a good paper. We certainly used it, but it was also pretty sparse evidence. And the evidence at the time is summarized right here, that you should identify a lead agency, use consistent activation and deactivation criteria for a heat early warning system, use communication and public education, particularly to target high-risk populations, that you should evaluate the information you're sending out, and then also gather information to tell how well you're doing, and then revise the plans accordingly. Much of this is actually pretty generic advice for any kind of good public health programming. Nonetheless, we took that information and other information we could gather and set out to develop a heat action plan for the city. And so here's a timeline of what we did. 2011 and 2012, we did a number of different vulnerability assessments. We gathered information from a number of different parties in the health sector and outside of it, and examined how we would put together a system that accorded with the best evidence that we had available to us at the time. In 2013, we did essentially a dry run. We implemented the program in order to identify areas where we might have challenges. And then, and you can see the different elements of the program here, largely in agreement with the best evidence that we had available to us. So the plan that we eventually put together was one based on local specific health-based thresholds for activation and deactivation. We had to develop an entire forecasting platform, and that is a story in and of itself, but we did develop a forecasting platform that allowed us to get a sense of when we might cross those thresholds. And then we developed a suite of different activities and warning content based on assessment of the threat. And then pursued a number of different interventions to reduce risk in Ahmedabad. And here's a diagram of the activities that when a warning was called, what happened. So we had a central agency that was in the lead, and they notified all the other stakeholders. And then all of these other sectors here at the bottom, you can see, had activities that were correlated to different levels of warning. And they implemented those activities when the warning was called. Now, in certain instances, here's a diagram of when different kinds of activities need to take place and how much advance warning you need. So we tried to provide as much advance warning as possible, but it wasn't always possible to give a 14-day warning. Sometimes we were operating on more like a 2 or 3 day time scale. And so you can see at the bottom, those were the things that we absolutely made sure went out. And the other things, if we could give more advance warning, we certainly did. These were the thresholds that we developed. Less than 40 degrees Celsius, there was no alert, which I know to some people that sounds really hot, and to me it is as well. But that was consistent with the epidemiological evidence that we gathered. And then we went up to 45 degrees where that was an extreme heat alert day. These are what our warnings looked like. We actually use probabilistic information so that people could get a better sense of how likely something was over time. So you can see you've got a week of probabilities here to consider. And the nodal officer would use this information to decide when to pull a trigger. We did our best to collect information about how well this worked. I mean, so we did an ecological study looking at the associations between maximum temperature at a given day at the airport and then all-cause mortality incidents. That was our primary data source for this. We did a pre to post comparison. We also, of course, looked at the weather over the time period of implementation and looked at strata-specific warning categories and evaluated the incidence of daily death, all-cause death, pre to post. And again, we could go into a lot of deeper there, but basically the summary is that we did see an effect. We saw some reduction in risk for all-cause mortality associated with particularly extreme temperatures. And there was still some risk, but the risk that we expected, and you can see that outlined in the dotted line here on the graph to the right, was blunted. So we still saw an impact of heat on health in Ahmedabad, but it was not nearly as dramatic as it was in 2010. The reception to this work was good. And since then, there has been an effort to scale it up across the entire country. I have not been closely involved in that work. And unfortunately, even though we have applied for funding to study this scale up, which would have been really a great opportunity to learn more about implementation and scaling, the funding was not available. So this work has gone unstudied, which is a missed opportunity. And I think, unfortunately, a common story in climate change adaptation up to this point. I want to say a few words here about implementation science, which we all know, the study of methods and strategies to facilitate uptake of evidence-based practice and research into regular use. Basically, how do we get what works into as many places as possible, as quickly as possible? The problem is with climate change, we have spent so much of our energy, time, and money looking at etiology, whether there's harm associated with changes in the climate. That answer has been with us for a while, I would argue, and we need to shift our investment out of that box into other boxes, other kinds of evidence. In particular, therapy, we have very little information about what works to reduce risk, and we have very little information about implementing those strategies because we don't know what works well. As I said, we have great information about exposures, and that information about exposures is very worrying. We have good information about impacts. We're seeing mortality increase around the world, but we don't have good evidence related to interventions. These are three systematic reviews that have been done of heat action plans in recent years. I encourage those who are interested to take a look at all of them. They lay out really nice guidance related to how to better evaluate these programs and how to synchronize our measures so that we're able to compare different programs more effectively than we have up to this point, because we badly need more evidence. As we move forward, I'm hoping that we'll be able to synthesize this evidence quickly as we implement. There's really it's low regrets to implement heat early warning systems and other kinds of early warning systems. They're not that expensive. They seem to have benefits. Even if they don't have benefits, they generally probably don't cause harm. So I think we should be implementing them widely wherever there's risk, but we also need to be studying them and bringing that information together and making sure that people are updating their programming as much as possible, as quickly as possible, as part of the implementation. So in summary, based on an extreme event in 2010 and an opportunity, we embarked on a broad effort to build a lot of evidence around heat and health in India, and we implemented the first heat action plan and an LMIC with that work. There was little evidence before that. There's not much more evidence now. We did our best to contribute to the evidence base. We followed best practices and implemented a program that seems to have been effective, but I have to say the evidence remains thin. And implementing low regrets interventions makes sense, and we should couple that with robust investments in evaluation and ongoing learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. That was an outstanding presentation and really raises so many questions, and looking forward to the discussion. And I think we have someone that may not be on mute, so just a reminder to everyone to please mute your microphones. And I'd now like to transition over to our third panelist, Dr. Suriya Hassan. Suriya, take it away. The floor is yours.
Great. Just confirming you can see my slides okay?
Looks great.
All right, awesome. Thank you all so much, and many thanks to the organizers for what's been a spectacular satellite session so far. So my task is really to give you an example of how we've leveraged implementation science to address the needs of persons living with non-communicable diseases in the setting of climate-induced disasters. And I love this panel because I think we've talked about different aspects of how climate change affects health, and I'll be focusing mainly on climate-induced disasters. But before I dive in, I want to show really and emphasize that this is really a health equity issue, and it's a health equity issue at a global scale and also at a local scale. At a global scale, these climate change effects don't affect everyone equally. And this is similar to what was shown in the policy panel. So there's this concept of free riders, right? Those countries shown here in red that have the highest level of greenhouse gas emissions, but suffer relatively the least from their downstream effects. And this is opposed to the force riders, who are shown, countries shown here in green, those who contribute the least, but unfortunately suffer the most. And this same concept can be applied from a global level to a local level. Locally, there are populations that are more vulnerable to the effects of climate change on health than others. And so if we think more about vulnerability, the United States Environmental Protection Agency has given us this framework that I think is actually really helpful to think about vulnerability of human health to climate change as a function of exposure, sensitivity, and your ability to adapt. And so thinking first about exposure and thinking again about climate-induced disasters, there are parts of the world that unfortunately see a higher frequency of these climate-induced disasters than others. Do a lot of work in the Caribbean, and as many of people here know, the Caribbean for worse, is one of the places that has the highest storms per million per year. And the last 5 or 6 years have been a testament to this, as we saw with Hurricanes Irma, Maria, Dorian, and the list of names goes on. And unfortunately, this is a new reality. It's a new reality for the Caribbean, but unfortunately, it's a new reality for many other parts of the world. I've now recently started working in Mozambique, and the recent storm Freddy that did a crazy U-turn and hit Mozambique and Malawi twice. So as we think about these, health inequities and thinking about how different parts of the world and different populations, again, within a country can have different levels of exposure, that affects their level of vulnerability. But let's think next about sensitivity. And that's the idea that you want to capture how individuals and communities differ. How do they differ that might change their level of vulnerability to that same exposure that we just discussed? And sensitivity can be due to social determinants of health. But another level of sensitivity that I've been particularly interested in is the sensitivity of having underlying chronic conditions. These non-communicable diseases such as diabetes, high blood pressure, asthma, mental health disorders, that might mean that you are more likely to suffer health consequences in the setting of a disaster. And actually, after Irma and Maria, there were studies that showed that at least 30% of the deaths in the United States and the US territories were due to poorly controlled non-communicable diseases. And since then, and even prior to that, we've been having increasing amounts of information to show how certain health conditions are worsened in the aftermath of a disaster. These include cardiovascular disease, diabetes, and mental health disorders. And so before I move on, I'd like to make this claim that we're now going to be seeing in low and middle income countries a new double burden. Low and middle income countries that suffer disproportionately from the levels of premature mortality due to non-communicable diseases are the same low and middle income countries that are going to be experiencing the inequitable effects of climate change, including climate-induced weather, severe weather events. And that is ultimately going to worsen our global health disparities. And so in that vein and in our work in the Caribbean, we've started to think about disasters and NCDs. And trying the scoping review article we published in 2020 was trying to understand what are some of the causes of poor management of NCDs in the setting of disasters. And some of them are outlined here. So disrupted health systems, communication challenges, mental health challenges, access to clean waters. And you can start to already see how some of these challenges are implementation challenges, implementation in the context of disasters. And hopefully the role of implementation science in solving these issues is becoming now more apparent and critically needed. And so as much as many of us start to think about vulnerability to climate change and climate-induced disasters, the inequities in exposure, inequities in sensitivity, we're really focusing now on adaptive capacity. How can we strengthen the ability of communities, institutions, or people to adjust to the potential hazards due to climate change? And so our goal in our NCD and disasters team is to do exactly that, to strengthen capacity at the individual and institutional level to address the needs of people living with NCDs in disasters. And I'll use here an example from our work funded by NHLBI to look at disasters in the USVI and Puerto Rico. These are US territories, and being in the Caribbean, they suffer from higher levels of exposure to climate-induced weather events, and unfortunately, a higher sensitivity because of a relatively high burden of non-communicable diseases, and because there exists an entity of territorial health disparities comparing the US territories to the mainland US, as you see here from this paper from Nunez-Smith in 2011. Our work in the US territories has been with federally qualified health centers, FQHCs. These are government-led health centers that serve the underserved, the underinsured, the low income, the refugee and immigrant populations, really the most vulnerable populations within these territories. And as many have already alluded to, this work and much of implementation science takes a village, and working very closely with partners in federally qualified health centers in the US Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, we've sought to really try to develop strategies to address morbidity and mortality due to NCDs in disasters. And to do this, we went to implementation science, and we always think about frameworks as our crutch. And our crutch for this work was EPIS, which was alluded to earlier by Dr. Martin, the exploration, preparation, and implementation and sustainment process model. Very helpful to think about the key phases that describe the implementation process, but also the unique factors within and across levels, the outer context and the inner context. And importantly, it starts to get us to think about bridging factors between your outer and your inner context. We took EPIS and were able to apply our entire project, and you see our aims overlaid on EPIS here, our aims thinking about this process of developing strategies to address NCDs and disasters. Focusing first on aim 1, this was our exploration phase. We used in-depth interviews with patients and providers at the FQHCs to really understand the lay of the land and the challenges they faced in the setting of disasters. These are the themes that emerged. We did use an inductive approach using content analysis and developed themes and then overlaid them onto EPIS, which you see here. Red is challenges, the black are facilitators and things we'd want to leverage. Point here, not necessarily to go through the results in detail, but to give you our experience in using EPIS, because I think we need to learn from this as we use more of these tools in the realm of climate and health. And while it gave us a wonderful way to think systematically about factors, it also really gave us limitations. And we found that calling out the community role as a bridging factor was really important, and EPIS didn't give us the amount of nuance that we needed. And importantly, that interconnectedness between the outer context and the inner context in much of climate and health, specifically in climate-induced disasters, was also critical. We took this formative work and went into aim 2, which was preparation, trying to really engage our stakeholders to develop those key strategies. And that's when we turned to system science, which I think is an exciting place in implementation science as we use more of these methodologies that include agent-based modeling, network analysis, and a methodology we used, which was group model building, really engaging diverse stakeholders in a process of jointly understanding and addressing a complicated problem. The beauty of this is that it takes these mental models and puts them into a graphical depiction of what causes a problem, what are the consequences of a problem, and then how everything is related. And while I don't have the time to take you through the arduous process of group model building, but I do want to share the importance of really making sure the right people are in the room during these discussions, which you see listed here, and to show you a picture more to exemplify the beauty of this process, but also the complexity of it. So this is our causal loop diagram. In the middle is our problem that we're trying to address, these persons with poorly controlled NCDs and disasters. You see arrows going in and going out, and then you see the loops, these half circles. Those loops are what we want to target. Those loops are what we either leverage to reduce the problem or interrupt to reduce the problem. And those loops represent stories. These are themes you've seen really throughout all the presentations here today. Mental health, food security, housing security, awareness. But these become the strategies that we want to, these are the problems that we want to develop strategies to target. And our community members can prioritize those strategies. What of all of these things that we've identified as contributing to the problem, where should we start and what should we start to target first? You identify those, and those are the two that our stakeholders had picked out. And then we say, okay, similar to what Dr. Hess was saying, what evidence do we have for interventions that can be used to address mental health and psychosocial support, to address innovative ways of medication reimbursement or distribution of medications? And to what extent do those interventions need to be adapted to a disaster context? And so that's what we're in the process of doing now as we try to secure funding for projects around community health workers offering mental health and psychosocial support and a pharmacist-led prescription program. And so I'll close by just saying that I think implementation science gives us wonderful tools that can be adapted to the context of climate-induced disasters, that there clearly needs to be a greater focus on connections between inner and outer contexts as we use these frameworks. Participatory group model building and system science in general, I think, is a great way and a great tool to apply in the realm of climate and health. And that we really do need to realize that at times, there may not be evidence-based strategies for our context in climate and health, and we have to build that evidence. But many a time, there may be that just need to be adapted to the realm of climate and health. So with that, I'll close.
Thank you so much, Surya. That was an incredible presentation. And now I'd like to invite all of our panelists to come back, turn your videos on, and we'll have some Q&A. We do invite all participants to start popping your questions into the chat for our wonderful panelists today. And so I just want to say, like, your presentations all really hit home to so many critical issues in the field of implementation science. And one in particular I'd like to explore is around that focus on evidence, building the evidence and evidence-based interventions, because that is the core component of how we define implementation science, that you have an evidence-based thing. And so, like, what, if you want to just build on, I'd love to hear more on that question of how much evidence is enough and some of the challenges and things that you've had. If you'd like to expand on that, I think this is really such an engaging question in the field, and I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Well, I have some thoughts if I may. So how much evidence is enough? I think that the answer to that question depends quite a bit, and it also it depends quite a bit on context and the challenge you're looking to solve, and then also the kind of evidence you're talking about. So as I said in my presentation, I think in most contexts, we actually do have a reasonable sense of what we have. We have enough evidence to act. We know there's evidence of a problem. The etiologic evidence is pretty clear. In some cases, there are reasons to study further the relationship between a particular exposure and an adverse health outcome to get a better sense of whether the local dynamics are different than what has been reported elsewhere. But for the most part, I think we generally have enough evidence to act. The question is what to do when we decide to act. And there it gets trickier, because for some things we have hardly any evidence at all. And for some other things we know quite a bit. What I think you need less evidence if the intervention that you are proposing is potentially harmful. I'm sorry, other way around. You need less evidence if the intervention is safe. You need less evidence if the intervention is inexpensive. And you need less evidence if the intervention options aren't mutually exclusive and you can pursue them in concert. But if you are putting all of your money into one intervention and it's not very proven, then there's more risk there. Risk that your essentially your intervention may not be as effective as some of the other options, and that you might cause harm as a result of that. So this is I think a very challenging situation for climate and health adaptation, because we want to be evidence-based, but the way we generate the strongest evidence takes a lot of time, and it often takes a lot of money. And I don't know of any clear sort of summaries of how to make those trade-offs. Where do we need to choose things that don't have a lot of evidence and invest in them and learn about them as we go, and where do we really need to put money into very well-designed trials and assess the impacts. And I hope that there'll be some opportunities in the field for that kind of thinking, because we need it.
Thank you, Jeremy.
So I'll just add that maybe in the work that I do with climate-induced disasters, at times there is evidence just in a different context. And I think the community health worker model delivering psychological first aid, psychosocial support, or pharmacist distribution of meds just hasn't been done in the setting of a disaster. And so I think there we can rely more on the field of adaptation science and trying to use there. So I think thankfully we haven't run into it as much as in the realms like heat adaptation.
Thank you, Surya. Fayez, would you like to add anything?
Actually, like, to answer the question, since I am an environmental engineer, for example, we have like so many evidence for some interventions that are successful, not only for this time periods, like maybe like when we talk about, let us say, water harvesting is one of the intervention for the water sector. And the water harvesting is collecting water from roofs, and it is really it is from an ancient techniques that already used from Romans, Greeks, and in our region. And there are evidence that this is already a good practice for water harvesting or for alleviating water scarcity. But when we come to rebuild this kind of evidence again for the people here in Jordan, you will see, or in the Middle East, you see that you need, in order to convince people to apply these interventions in their homes, you need to do some enabling environment. You need to raise their awareness. You need to educate them. You need to put some incentives. So this is, even though it is a practice, it's a good practices and a good interventions already used before and was successful. You need to look for that the enabling environment in from time to time is changing. So the enabling environment is very important: education, awareness, and putting some kind of incentives. And also you need to in order to scale up these kind of interventions. And when I mentioned about one of the case study that I mentioned, which is about 50 million US dollar project, in this intervention we designed that we are going to install 5,000 households with water harvesting schemes. And in order to ensure, first of all, we need to put a criteria to which household we need to select, and what we need to alleviate their we need to increase their income. We need we are tackling the poor people. We need to also to learn the women there and the ladies there, on the people in the house, how to use this water and how to benefit from this water for growing some agriculture, some food, some agriculture. So that this is that you need to think very carefully in order to implement these interventions. And we are looking also that we need to have a sustainable interventions. It's very important that we need, when we think about interventions, we need to this kind of intervention to be more to be sustainable. And this is why when we do a sustainable intervention, we didn't use like plastic tanks, or no, we dig the reservoir or the tanks in underground, or built it from concrete, so that it will be more sustainable than having these kind of small water harvesting that can be damaged or can be so threatened or whatever. So this is, I think you need to think more carefully about these kind of interventions to be more sustainable and to be lasting for a long period of time.
Thank you, Fayez. You hit on so many critical issues about the how we can develop and test implementation strategies to promote uptake, and the critical issue of sustainability, that how can these interventions last, especially with the growing climate crisis. So thank you to all of our panelists for answering that question. We have some questions coming in the chat, and the first one is from Katie, and I think this is for you, Jeremy. Katie states, I would expect the impacts of heat early warning systems to vary depending on the heat avoidance options available in different contexts. Any ideas on how that has been or could be accounted for in evaluation studies?
Yeah, thank you. So you hit one of the nails on the head, that heat action plans are actually a collection of different interventions, from the forecasting element, the thresholds, all the way through all the things that I outlined. And then there are a bunch of different interventions that that happen. And, in that slide I showed with all the different sectors that get messaging, they all have different interventions that they put forward. And so what you're really evaluating is that whole package when you look at a heat action plan. And in most places, that package is very different. It's different in Montreal or Seattle than it is in Ahmedabad. And So in order to evaluate that, you would need to do an inventory of all of those interventions in a particular program, and then look to the degree possible at individual pieces, which gets really difficult because often they're going to be, a lot of them are probably going to be common to different heat action plans. Some may be distinct. Many of them have at least some common sense evidence behind them. And so if you're doing an intervention, you wouldn't want to deprive people of something that you know is probably beneficial. So there's some ethical questions about randomizing elements of the intervention. So it's a hard problem. I think we just need to be more, a good first step would be to clarify in the documentation of a heat action plan what actually is done, and do you have any information about how many people utilized a particular intervention or were engaged via a particular intervention. And so you might have some sense of where most of the impact came from. And then you could perhaps start to parse out a sense of what's working well in certain places and what isn't. But as one of the things that's important to think about with all of this is the more you're interested in looking at implementation around a specific element of a program, and the more you parse all those things out, the larger your sample sizes need to be in order to capture the information. And so the data management challenges become really significant. It requires significant investments. It requires sophisticated techniques to analyze those different data streams. And I think there's a trade-off between putting lots and lots and lots of money into studying one thing versus putting some money in a bunch of areas. And we're not at a place right now in climate and health where we have the luxury of investing. I think it's different than it is with cancer research, for instance, where I've seen trials where they change just the order in which two medications are given in a chemotherapy protocol and get about $5 million to do it with 30 patients. We're not in that space. And maybe someday we will be, but right now I think we need to distribute the investments a little more broadly.
Thank you, Jeremy. And so, Rachel, how much time do we have left for questions today?
You have until 1:15.
1:15. Okay, good. We have a few more that have come in. The next comment is from Nicole. Nicole writes in that she lives in Trinidad, and Saria found your presentation very useful as she works with HIV plus persons with the intersection of NCD. So thank you, Nicole, for that comment. And then another question from Lisa Thompson. So Saria, have you used community advisory boards? If you did, were they successful, and what were the barriers? And so Lisa describes her project in Guatemala, finding that community roles and complexities cannot be distilled into a community advisory board, but requires much broader participation of many diverse community groups. So Saria, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Yeah, and I put a little bit of a response in there. Thanks for the question, Lisa. So I think in the USVI in Puerto Rico, we haven't run into the same level of challenges, but for sure in Mozambique. So the Virgin Islands is relatively small, although St. Croix and St. Thomas are very different. And so we actually created a group of interested parties for each island separately that served as a community advisory board. And so that was pretty much the list that I had shown in terms of stakeholders. So they really worked with us to develop the protocol initially, and then reviewed all of our instruments as well, and have been continuing to work with us and prioritizing and strategizing now how to get funding for this next phase. In Puerto Rico, we were at the community that's served by the federally qualified health center is Caño Martín Peña, and it's a tributary within San Juan that very often floods. They have been facing climate change and climate change impacts for a long time. So they actually had already formed their own community advisory board. And And that's who we work directly with to inform our work in Puerto Rico, mainly around the catchment area for the FQHC. In Mozambique, we actually just wrote a rebuttal to a grant we had written that asked for a CAB, and our point was exactly what you made here, which was those really don't exist in Mozambique in the districts that we're working in. There are community leaders and they come together and we engage them and we discuss with them, but this idea of a CAB for sure for them is a foreign idea because of just the complexities and the diversities, like you said. So it is much more what we're doing there is one-on-one engagement, which is more tedious, but necessary.
Thank you, Surya. And so I have a question for Fayez. So you had mentioned that there was the lack of integration of climate change into healthcare planning. And I was wondering if you could expand on that, because I know how important multi-sectoral partnerships are in climate change and health research and engaging with the healthcare sector. And I'd love to hear more.
Yeah, actually, like in order to have to build any interventions, to build any adaptation measures or whatever, you need to have, first of all, what we call it the country ownership, which means that we need to have that the intervention that we are going to design for the health, it should be one of the priority of the ministry. So that in order to have this priority, they should have their own strategy saying that, and also they should have their policies. And if you don't have a climate change strategy, each country has a climate change strategies for all sectors. What we are looking for is a climate change strategy for the health sector itself, and also the action plan and a policy associated with the health sector. And if you see that most of the countries in the MENA region, they do not have, in the MENA region, they do not have such a strategy. They only some of them have a strategy for on a national level, but not only to tackle the climate change. And we need to have this integration. I mean, when I talk about integration, health measures or adaptation or mitigation measures as related to health sector, they should be in the national adaptation plan. If they have a national adaptation plan, if they have NDCs, they should be there in the NDCs. So that this is where we need to focus, that the Ministry of Health, they should work themselves. What are their priority? What are the health outcomes they need to address in the short term, in the long term, so that they can develop their own policies to address this. These are the enabling environment that I mentioned when you need to apply for any sponsor, for any donor agency. If we have these kind of documents available and we are referring to these documents while we are writing our proposal or our grant, it will be more convincing for the funding agencies, so that in order to for example, in order to get like what we did in the project that I mentioned about $50 million, you need to the government need to do a lot of work. You need to have a lot of policies, strategies, so that are prepared, so that you are eligible to get such of a grant. That there are, which is I mean, that the enabling environment that we need to build in order to have a successful interventions implementation in the health sector.
Thank you, Fayez. And in our last 2 to 3 minutes, if we can squeeze in one more question that just came in from Josh Rosenthal for Jeremy. Is your experience that mass communication media is sufficient to deliver early warnings and have reasonable levels of appropriate behavioral response? Or is this still mostly a black box only, informed by parallel kinds of studies from other interventions? Thanks for that question, Josh.
Yeah, thanks, Josh. I think that it's helpful, but certainly insufficient. That a lot of the groups that are at greater risk, at least during heat events, and particularly in countries where there are people, who don't speak the dominant language and may be socially marginalized, may not have access to media, etc. They're all missed by that. And we see that even here in the United States in our research on heat early warning systems. There's a heavy reliance on what's easiest for the agencies to get out quickly, which are tweets and things like that. But that doesn't really reach the elder resident living alone on the 3rd floor apartment without air conditioning. And to think it does is delusional on the part of the people sending out the messages. And so Absolutely, you need multiple mechanisms of delivery, and the best ones are through social networks. Now, you may use those mass communications to inform other people that wrap around folks who are more isolated, but in order to get to them, you need different forms of outreach and different kinds of social network activation.
Thank you, Jeremy. And Rachel, I'm looking at the time. I think it's time to start session 4. So I will turn it back over to you. And just a huge thank you to Saria, Jeremy, and Fayez for joining us today. Just outstanding presentations and wonderful discussion. Thank you all.
Yes, I'll echo Lindsay's thank you. Really appreciate your inputs, and this has been a really rich discussion. I think we've set up a bit of a marathon, so we still have 2 more sessions to go. The next one is focused on community engagement, so we're going to go straight into that. Then we'll have a short break, and we'll do our closing session focused on capacity building. So over to you, Nishadi.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, everyone. I'm Nishadi Rajapaksa. I'm a program director at the Center for Translation Research and Implementation Science at the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute. And I've recently led a initiative, Alliance for Community Engagement, Climate and Health Initiative, which was launched as a part of the broader NIH Climate Change Initiative. I know we are getting into that time where we need a cup of coffee, but perhaps everyone can grab one. But on behalf of the panel, I'm delighted to welcome you to this session, which focuses on best practices in community engagement in the context of climate and implementation science. So, as it's already been said throughout this amazing satellite session, that, community involvement and voices will be critically important to advance research, advance the research agenda on, and challenges associated with climate change. So we must also keep in mind that community-based engaged research for climate change also allows us to identify contextual or relevant community level impacts of climate change, which then helps us develop locally driven solutions that are effective and sustainable, and especially as we talk about addressing the disproportionate effects of climate change on vulnerable populations that Dr. Hassan spoke about a little while ago. So the agenda for this session includes 10-minute presentations by each of the panel members, followed by a 30-minute facilitated panel discussion. And then I also want to remind the audience to please submit your questions via chat, and then we'll allocate some time at the end of the presentation to address these questions. So now it's my pleasure to welcome the distinguished panel of experts. So thank you for being here today. We have Dr. Katie Dickinson from Colorado School of Public Health. She's an assistant professor of environmental and occupational health in the Colorado School of Public Health, where many of her projects addresses problems of environmental quality, economic development, and human health. She's done a number of studies in sanitation in India, malaria in Tanzania, and then also cook stoves in Ghana. And then more recently, her work has also focused on natural hazards, including wildfire and hurricanes and vector-borne diseases risks in the US. Joining her is Dr. Julius Avarga. I'm not sure whether he's here, and then our next speaker is Dr. Gautam Yadama from Boston College. He's a professor and dean of Boston College of Social Work. His work research has mostly focused on understanding poverty and environmental dynamics and interventions to address social, economic, and health outcomes. He has implemented a randomized control trial to study the sustainability of new and efficient energy technologies in rural India for a number of years now, and to reduce household air pollution and improve health and well-being of women and children. And his book, Fires, Fuel, and Fate of 3 Billion, State of the Energy Impoverished, outlines an argument for transdisciplinary research to tackle complex problems such as household air pollution that reside at the intersection of poverty, environment, and health. Finally, we have Dr. Lisa Thompson from Emory University, and joined by her community partner, Dr. Myri Hengsteman Artiga. Dr. Thompson is an associate professor of School of Nursing at Emory, and then also affiliated faculty in the Department of Environmental Health in the Rawlings School of Public Health. Her research has focused mostly on environmental health disparities that contribute to adverse perinatal outcomes, especially low birth weight, preterm, child stunting, and cognitive development. And then she's also made significant contributions to her nursing research in global health environment, especially developing and evaluating interventions to reduce exposures to household air pollution from cooking fires in low LMICs. So at this point, I think I'm going to turn it over to our first speaker, Dr. Katie Dickinson, to provide brief overview of your research, and then also describe the communities that you've been currently working, conducting research in. Katie, please.
Sure, thanks. And I can share my screen if I can do that.
Yeah, looks good.
There we go. Hand it over. Thank you. Perfect. So this should be good now. All right. So I was hoping to co-present with Julius. I think he is out in the field doing important work, and just send him a WhatsApp. So he may hop on at some point, but I'll leave time for him if he joins, or share a little bit more thoughts on my end if not. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some perspectives on community engagement, focusing specifically on our Prices, Peers, and Perceptions cook stove study in northern Ghana. And the team that I was fortunate to work with for this P3 project included on the research side, folks from the University of Colorado across multiple different campuses, as well as partners at North Carolina State University. Very importantly, the Navrongo Health Research Center, which is part of the Ghana National Health Service. So they were our sort of main partner in the field in Ghana. Some folks at the sister institution, the Katampo Health Research Center, we've collaborated with as well, and then Darby Jack from Columbia. On the implementation side of this, so there's a talk about implementation science. And so as I'll kind of allude to as I go forward, part of, I think, doing very robust implementation science research is having experts in implementation, folks that are actually doing that implementation as part of their job and their own day-to-day, as equal partners in the endeavor. And so Julius, who again may join at some point, is from the Organization for Indigenous Initiatives in Ghana, which is a local NGO that runs a wide variety of different programs in the communities where we were working, including some improved cook stove work. So they were involved on the implementation side, as I'll talk about in a minute. So the area, just to orient you to where we were working, is the Kasena and Nankana districts in northern Ghana. So this is in very northern Ghana. So Accra is in the south here, and the KN districts are all the way at the north on the border with Burkina Faso. The projects that I'll tell you about in a second, this P3 study included both a rural arm and an urban arm. Urban is relative, so the town of Navrongo is a fairly small town, but looks somewhat like this. Meanwhile, the rural areas, it's a very hot and dry area, and the rural areas are sparsely populated. These gorgeous large mango trees that provide a variety of benefits, including shade, very important when it's so hot. A really lovely place to work with, again, like I said, some great partners. And so my timeline of working in this area started in 2013 when I and colleagues ran the reacting study, so research on emissions, air quality, climate, and cooking technologies in northern Ghana. That project involved free distribution of 200 improved biomass stoves and a wide variety of different measurements from stove use to household and regional air quality measures and exposure assessments. The P3 project, which again is what I'm going to focus on today, was sort of an add-on. It built directly off of that P3 study, particularly in the biomass arm, and I'll talk about how we did that in a second. But as I said, we had this biomass, so the P3 bio study in the rural areas, and then the LPG arm in the rural, I have that backwards, the biomass in the rural areas and the LPG in the urban areas. And both of those involved randomizing prices and looking at factors associated with peer effects, as well as how perceptions of stoves influenced adoption, use, and various other outcomes over time. And then we had a final study funded by the Clean Cooking Implementation Science Network that was looking specifically at looking at different sources of exposures in this area, including cooking, but also other ambient exposures. So for the P3 bio study arm, I've got some stick figures to kind of illustrate what the main concept was. So before the reacting study, everybody was using traditional stoves in this area, a variety of 3-stone wood stoves, and then charcoal stoves. The reacting study, as I mentioned, introduced some new stoves, so freely distributed some improved biomass stoves, while households that were not randomized into the study continued using the traditional stoves. And so the study design for the P3 project, the P3 bio project, was to offer similar improved biomass stoves at randomized prices to neighbors, so peers of the households that had been involved in that free distribution study, and then non-peers, people in different areas that hadn't had that exposure. And so one of the key questions was, does exposure to peers that have used these stoves make it more or less likely that a household will buy a new stove at different prices? That was the P3 bio arm. And I'm not gonna, I can love to chat with folks about results. That's not the main focus of the brief comments now. Just giving you an overview of sort of what we were looking at. P3 gas study, meanwhile, in the urban area, was focused also around, again, looking at this sort of factors influencing adoption, in this case of LPG stoves. And so what we did here was to conduct individual auctions, one-on-one, called, the mechanism is called a Becker to Group Marshak auction. But basically it just means that we ask people to bid on different packages and then randomly offered them one of those packages at a randomly assigned price. The packages involve 2 different types of stoves, a 2-burner stove or a local 1-burner stove, as well as the fuel component, so the cylinder and several months of fuel refill vouchers. And then some of the packages also had a home delivery component. So again, just giving you a flavor for the kinds of things that we were doing and some of the complexity, honestly, in the implementation of these programs. So what I want to kind of jump to is some of the principles of community engagement, so some best practices. And I'll give you a little bit of sort of information about how we tried to incorporate some of those, or how those map onto some of the things that we did during the P3 study. I also, as Nishadi mentioned, I've been doing some work domestically, and actually really since this project happened, I feel like I've actually been thinking through these principles a little bit more. And so if Julius was able to join, some of the questions that I was going to ask him really were some reflection on how well we really did do, because I think we did some of these sort of naturally, but I'm not sure how much intention or full execution we had on sort of all of the different components. I think that's one of the takeaways, is that, this community engagement in a lot of ways is different than what we were trained to do as scientists and researchers. And so it's a continuous learning process. And I think a lot of feedback and back and forth and how are we actually doing is required. So I'll just highlight these three kind of principles and some of the things that I think we did, and then we can come back to some of this in the Q&A. So the first is to tailor to context, right? So I think this is a principle of a community engagement as well as implementation science. We might know that something is effective, but is it effective in this particular context, or how can it be implemented in a way that's effective? So one of the specific things that we did was to do some focus groups with these different stove technologies. And for example, I showed in one of those earlier slides that we included this sort of local LPG model that some of our partners said, actually, this is what I cook with at home, because it's a little bit more similar in structure to a charcoal stove, and I can cook PZ, this thick porridge, on this stove. And so we said, why don't we try that out? Equitable partnerships is another key one, and maybe, really one of the most. And so what we did there is to work with trusted local organizations. So both the Navrongo Health Research Center and or just this local NGO were well known in the community. Me as an American researcher, there's no way that I could do this project. I would not be qualified. I do not have the expertise to do this work in Northern Ghana. And so our team really relied on the expertise that our partners had to carry out all of the different elements. In addition to working with those partners, we also, and the folks that I have highlighted, we had the very good fortune of having a photojournalist accompany us on one of our research trips. So we have some very beautiful pictures of Bashir here, who runs the local LPG filling station that we worked with, who worked with us on the home delivery component, for example. And then I'm blanking on her name right now, but this wonderful woman who owned the shop where we purchased the LPG stoves. And so, incorporating, again, those folks who had the expertise on the supply chains and all of the different pieces that were necessary to do this work. And finally, research to action, right? So it's all well and good to collect data and do even a small scale study of implementation, but how can we make sure that research is well positioned to scale up, to get into the hands of people who are making decisions at larger scales? And so, again, partly through that partnership with the Kintampo Health Research Center, they were doing an evaluation of the rural LPG promotion program. And so, able to, kind of giving us opportunities to publicize some of our results with that national policy context in mind. So I'll leave off there and hand it over to the next team, and then happy to dig into more of this in the Q&A.
All right, thank you, Katie. I think we have Dr. Gautam Yadava next.
Hi, Nishadi.
Okay. Hi.
Right here.
All right, perfect.
And can I share my presentation?
Yes, please. Please share your slides.
Okay. Let's see.
All right, we can see them.
Is that clear?
Yeah, looks good.
Great.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, thank you, Katie. That actually sets up very nicely, because I'm going to talk a little bit in general as to how our team has approached engaging communities to enable implementation of, in one study, clean stoves. And I will go into that just a little bit as a way to illustrate, but I won't go into the results. So just like Katie was talking about, we're really talking more about ways and why to engage community. Partners, critical partners in this are Foundation for Ecological Security in India. It's a very interesting NGO that works in 10 states of India across 10,000 hamlets. So you get a large variation in ecosystems and so on, which are very important when you're thinking about clean energy transitions and climate adaptation in the context of where communities, families are, living, particularly rural populations. I want to mention a few names before I go to the second slide. Jagdish Rao, Pratiti, Rahul Chaturvedi, Sanjay Joshi have been leaders at Foundation for Ecological Security that really saw a need for system science approaches in their interventions and joined hands with us for the last 15 years, working on a variety of projects, including some I will mention here. The other partners are previously when I was at Washington University and now at Boston College, the other partners are Peter Hovman. His work was invoked in a session before on community-based system dynamics by a previous presenter from Emory. In fact, that book and that work is something that came out of the work I'm presenting today that I did with Peter. And I want to acknowledge Praveen Kumar, who's now a colleague of mine at Boston College, who was previously at WashU, and then Nishesh Chalise, who also did a lot of the field work that you'll see. Nishesh is now at the Federal Reserve Bank. Complete shift in career. Sometimes that happens. So when we think about community engaged work and interventions for climate adaptation, we have to really start with understanding the lives people live. And because that's the context, that is where interventions are going to be eventually embedded. That is where you're either going to get successes if you have an intervention that successfully negotiates the complex lives that people are living, and many of the communities that those of us who are on this panel presenting are really are living on the margins of agricultural systems, margins of labor markets. So any little perturbation will upend uptake of an intervention. So I think it's very important to understand the lives people live. And this is where some of the work that we have been doing leverages the mental models that shape how people receive an intervention, how they think about an intervention, how they might co-design an intervention. Now, when we talk about lives people live, we also have to understand deeply the everyday acts of women and men in these households, everyday choices that they make, everyday options, limited or large, that they have, and everyday sort of risks that are ubiquitous in their lives. This is very important to understand. A lot of the lives that people live are shaped by, in this case, this is dryland agriculture of peanuts, but exclusively dependent on monsoons. And if monsoons fail, dependent on groundwater. Now, it is in this context, you're actually intervening, introducing clean cooking, clean fuels, clean cooking stoves, etc. So this agricultural context also is absolutely important. And I mentioned groundwater, clearly something that as NIH moves into climate adaptations for health, this is going to be a significant element in how some of these interventions will have to negotiate the risks that are from depleting groundwater. Now, what I want to do is take you, I've been collecting not only beyond this research, narratives around climate and climate-induced risks. So I want to just, I hope this will work out. If you can hear the sound, let me know, okay? This is an interview that I did about a decade ago, actually, with farmers. It's not this farmer, with farmers in Anantapur district.
అదే భూమి ఎప్పుడైతే బోర్లు వేసినామో
You can hear that?
మనకు ఉన్నోడు ధనికుడైపా.
Yes, it's good.
వాడేమో 4 ఎకరాలు 10 ఎకరాలు పంట పెట్టుకుంటాడు.
This is Telugu.
అక్కడ 10 మంది వెళ్ళిపోయారు వాళ్ళు. నా ఒక్క నుంచి ఈ బయట సార్ ఇదంతా బస్తాలు ఉంటాయి. బావి ఉందా? బావి ఉందా సార్? బావి ఉంది. దానికి ఈ సైడ్ బోర్ వేశారు. 7 ఇప్పుడు ఈడ 150 బస్తాలు ఉంటాయి. ఒక పావు కాలే కనీసం ఒక బస్తా పంట పెట్టుకుని దానికి నీళ్ళు ఇప్పుడు ఆ బోర్ లేకపోతే ఆ బావిలో నీళ్ళు ఉండేవి. ఆ బావికి ఆపోజిట్ ఈడ బోర్ ఉంది. దానికి మళ్ళా మనకి ఎదురుగా ఏడ ఒకటి ఉంది. ఆ చింత చెట్టుకి ఆ పక్క ఒకటి ఉంది. ఇప్పుడు మనకి ఎదురుగా ఇద్దరు ఆడవ బోరు ఉంది. దానికి ఆపోజిట్ ఆడవ బోరు. ఆ బావిలో నీళ్ళు ఎక్కడి నుంచి వస్తాయి? ఇంకా ఆ బోర్లో వదిలేప్పటికి తగ్గిపోతాడు. అప్పుడు మనం ఈ రైతు ఎట్లా పంట పెట్టగలుగుతాడు? ఇక్కడ అట్లా రైతులు చాలా అంగళాలే పోవడం బియ్యాలు మనకు నీళ్ళు ఇస్తారా? నాకున్నదిరా, నేను వేసుకున్నా, నువ్వు వేసుకోపో. నువ్వు వేసుకుంటా వద్దన్నా, నువ్వు వేసుకుంటే నేను వద్దన్నానా? అది అది అన్యోన్యత అనేది వేసుకున్నాడు అనుకో, వాని కర్మ జాలక బోర్లో నీళ్లు పడపోయానుకో ఆత్మహత్య. ఏం చేస్తాడు? చాలా జనం తెచ్చినారు సార్ అట్లా. అప్పుడు ఎక్కువగా బోర్ వేయాలంటే 2 లక్షలు కాదు. మోటార్ కట్టాలి. వాడిని దాని నోట్లో మాట ఉండేవాళ్ళు అప్పు ఎత్తుకొచ్చి వేసినాడు అనుకో, ఇది ఫెయిల్ అయింది అనుకో, ఈడు ఫెయిల్.
So essentially, what that unpacks for you is that the complexity of the lives in which we're going to be intervening are increasingly becoming even more complex and untenable. Already poor farmers, you overlay, climate risks, they're negotiating a whole host of new challenges. And it's in this context we're intervening, and we're talking about implementation science. And I wanted to sort of bring that to the fore. But the discoveries, the knowledge that we've been discussing all morning, all day, are very important, and the uptake of interventions is also important, but they remain still. And what we all are collectively trying to do is essentially move this work upwards, maybe closer to where some of these complex real world problems are on the ground in communities. And it's this impact gap that we're trying to close through implementation science. And in this, what happens is communities become extremely important for addressing climate problems. How do we go from inventions of new ideas and technologies to innovating on the ground? So I'm not going to get into this, but essentially our work is focused on the practice side, taking fundamental discoveries that universities are very good at in the T1 and T2 sciences, and taking them to to real world settings, and then hopefully scaling for population level benefits. And others have made very good presentations on this all day. So how do we do this? One is we deeply engage communities, just like Katie talked about and Lisa will be talking about. And then we model the way ecosystems, food systems, and livelihood systems are linked in feedback mechanisms. And essentially, this is important when we're intervening, let's say with a clean cooking device or a clean fuel. You've got to understand the context in which that we're intervening. And this idea of understanding feedback mechanisms has already come up in a previous session. In the process, what we have done is, because we're working with populations that are extremely knowledgeable about all these connections, but they just sometimes they're not literate beyond 5th grade or 2nd grade. So we developed a lot of icons and as you see here, to do system dynamics and design principles. We apply them using these kinds of icons with communities and draw causal linkages using narratives. And we have a very specific process overview that starts with a manual that thinks about how do we bring in a community and how do we actually seed narratives and discussions around so that community members engage in unpacking the context for a clean cooking device or whatever the intervention. And we do them using a standard technique in community-based system dynamics called group model building. And from the group model building narratives, we develop causal diagrams, causal loop diagrams that are qualitative in nature initially. And then we take those qualitative causal loop diagrams and develop simulated model systems, small structures that simulate feedback mechanisms. And the data that we collect and the model calibration, and the data, you don't need, it's not variable-based data. It's really what we want to know is what is the probability of something happening, right? So we can get into that more in the discussion, but essentially this is the overview that we follow. And particularly in community-based system dynamics, we're initially working with the communities in defining the problem and then developing what are called reference modes, meaning over time, what is happening with this problem? That is, if you're attempting to take up clean stoves, why are you able to take up in certain communities and other communities not so much? And then you elicit why these trends are actually manifesting, but using people's explanations. Because part of the issue here for us is you need to develop a greater appreciation of the mental models that are behind people's decisions. Once whether they're right or wrong, it doesn't matter, because that's what they're using, their view of what is happening in the real world that is driving their decisions. So how do you get at that? And then only you can then help take an intervention to negotiate those mental models that are prevailing. So we do these not in English, as we all know. We do them on the ground in local languages. In this case, like we do an entire group model building session in Telugu and then later translate it into English. These are some ways we develop over time graphs of what's happening around a problem. And then we verify the models with the same community after they've built up a narrative and ask them, is this what you're saying? So this is very time consuming, but gives you very good insights on how people are thinking about an intervention. Many times we do these with women separately than men so that everybody gets input into these models. Now, here's a good example of how a community-based system dynamics model actually then gets developed into a stock flow diagram. The key challenge for us is, so if you look at the three stocks here, families using traditional stoves, families using both traditional and clean cooking technology. We want to take everybody who is in traditional stoves and move them to this middle stock. And eventually, we want to move them to predominantly using clean cooking. But the dynamic nature of this problem is that we should never assume, and we all know this, that families that actually move to clean cooking can actually abandon that technology and go back to non-functional, can go back to non-functional clean cooking technologies, and then eventually completely abandon those non-functional technologies and go back to traditional stoves, because the traditional stoves are some things that work for them and have always worked for them. So you can think of an equivalent in your own particular climate health interventions that people might be in this kind of a predicament. That is, you show them a certain, let's say, a toilet or a clean, dry toilet, but they get abandoned over time because of whatever non-functional aspects of it, and then people go back to traditional methods. So it's this we are trying to unpack while engaging with communities. And I just want to show you one thing. In Bhilwara in Rajasthan, we did this work where we're trying to figure out in two communities where there's a 98% uptake of anaerobic digesters that burn methane from food waste. 98% of the households have taken that up, and that's a pretty good alternative over burning wood. But what happened in the 10 kilometers away in another village is only 20% uptake. And I'm going to end in a minute here, Nishida. A key thing we were able to unpack through this community engaged modeling is that women, when technology and technical know-how is embedded within women's groups in one village, they were able to fix problems as they came up with anaerobic digesters in time. Because anaerobic digesters, if a valve breaks, if you don't fix it within a week or 10 days, it completely dries up and it'll cost you more. In the other village, women didn't even get 35 rupees from their husbands. So here we're unpacking household income dynamics and decision-making power. If those are at play, you actually are going to have great problems in sustaining technologies. So we built models to actually give us insights, and then we simulate them, saying if you give support, what is the level of uptake and sustainment? So essentially, all of this work is done, and we manualize them so that field teams on the ground can actually eventually do it themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Gautam. That was fantastic. Hopefully, we'll have a chance to address some of the things that you talked about during our panel discussion. So our final speaker is Lisa Thompson from Emory University, joined by her community partner, Dr. Myri Hengsterman Artiga. Lisa, please take it away.
All right, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we are on full view. And I wanted to first of all say that all morning, Myri Hengsterman has been on a very unstable internet connection in rural Guatemala. And so she's coming in and out, but we're going to try to power through this. And if she loses her signal, then I will be presenting for her. It's ironic that one of the questions early in the morning was about bringing broadband to LMICs and the need for that. And this is exactly what I think, have been experiencing throughout this webinar. But I wanted to talk about our study, which is an NIHS funded R01 The title is Combustion of Plastic Waste and Human Health Effects in Guatemala, but we fondly refer to it as Ecolectivos. And this study aims to build a dissemination implementation research agenda to address community-level plastic waste burning in rural Guatemala. I am the principal investigator along with Dr. Eri Saikawa. We're both from Emory University, and hopefully Dr. Mayuri Hengsterman, who is an anthropologist and is the local PI for our study, representing Universidad del Valle de Guatemala, will also be here with us. And not with us today is David Ruano, who is our local field project coordinator, who's in charge of the intervention implementation. So the problem globally is that ambient and household air pollution represent the single largest environmental risk factor for ill health. But this contribution of waste burning, specifically the burning of plastic waste in kitchen and outdoor fires, has not been clearly evaluated in terms of the human health effects. Over 2 billion people globally lack solid waste collection services. There's been limited studies looking at the pollutants that are released through open waste burning, usually fires on the side of the road, and people are measuring their emissions, but actually looking at the human health effects is understudied. I've been involved with a clean cookstove program since the Respire trial in 2002 when I was a graduate student, working with Dr. Kirk Smith, and then more recently with the Happen trial with Doctors Clausen, Checkley, and Peel. The first study, Respire, provided solid wood fuel stoves with chimney, and the second study provided these liquid petroleum gas stoves. Throughout my 20 years working in Guatemala, I've seen signs of plastic trash burning in outside fires. You can see their crocks and bottles ready to ignite the fire, and inside the kitchen stove are Tupperwares and plastic bags. So the study overview of Ecolectivos is to evaluate implementation strategies to reduce household level plastic burning. That's our thing, as Dr. Martin discussed earlier, and we're working in rural Guatemalan indigenous communities. Our goal is to advance the adoption, implementation, and sustainability of community-driven actions in intervention villages. And we are in our second of 5 years of funding, and we seek to develop an appropriate policy-relevant solutions that combine evidence from effective implementation strategies. And we are doing exposure assessment and also estimating atmospheric emissions. We are guided by an orientation to address environmental and health equity in an area that is facing dramatic climate change. So this is a little complex overview of our study. I'll really only be focusing kind of on the purple side of the slide. This is our implementation or effectiveness aim. And the blue boxes are our nested a randomized control trial or efficacy aim. We're involving a subset of women who participate in the dynamic working groups. So aim one is to implement what we call dynamic working groups, because they're not educational sessions where women sit in chairs and listen to us talk. They're actually women doing things. We have them have had over 2 to 3 years of experience working in different pilots. Women make organic soap to avoid using plastic bags of soap. They learn to compost with local ministries so that they're not mixing plastic waste with organic waste. We've also started a recycling program. Actually, Dr. Hengsterman is the lead of this effort in 2 villages to recycle everything, including plastic. So the aim is to provide 8 weeks of essential elements to provide everybody with the standard intervention. And then during the last 4 weeks, we customize the intervention to what people can do in their communities, what they want to do, what they see as the main problem. And in the last 9 months, we work with the villages at the local level to support any activities and address bottlenecks. For the aim one, we're using Mickey's Combi and the theoretic domains framework, and we're assessing the evaluation through Glasgow's VAM framework. And there are 8 intervention villages and there are 8 control villages. And in these, we're assessing the air pollution and urinary biomarkers of exposure to waste burning in 400 women. Let's see here. Okay, So why is this a climate change equity problem? And why is this actually, I always wanted to like make the link between plastic and climate change. Plastic is made from petrochemicals. Plastic is carbon intensive. Coal, gas, and oil are used to transform things into plastic. It's very energy intensive. Single-use plastic is the largest portion of plastic that is made currently, and we recycle about 10% of plastic globally. Plastic accounts for an estimated 45% of all greenhouse gas emissions from, throughout their life cycle, making a large-scale contributor to climate change. And in terms of the human health effects, when you burn plastic, it not only releases atmospheric pollutants, including greenhouse gases and black carbon, and particulate matter, but it also releases toxic compounds that people breathe as they stand over their fire burning plastic, such as polychlorinated and polybrominated dioxins and furans. This is a problem that is especially, alarming in rural and urban areas where the majority of people burn plastic. 71% of the people in rural Guatemala burn plastic. These are the villages that we're working in are indigenous. They've been marginalized and discriminated against for centuries. And I would like to point out that that is the dump in an urban area in Jalapa, which is right below the mountain where we're working with the Xinca indigenous people. And so I would like to turn it over now to Maya. And I wanted to say that Dr. Yadama really set the stage, because I hope that she'll be able to talk about the lives people live and the experiences that she's had as an anthropologist working in these communities.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Can you hear me all? Because it's so
Perfectly.
Okay, thank you. So I will be focusing my talk as anthropologist on the context and conditions of the communities that are participating in a collective study in Jalapa. So as we know, implementation science requires multidisciplinary, and as an anthropologist, I provide the lens to address underlying societal and cultural characteristics.
And now we lost you.
Behavior. So this allows us to recognize the limitations, but also to facilitate change when feasible. So firstly, I would like to talk about the role of women. So according to the UN, the climate crisis is not gender neutral because women and girls experience the greatest impacts of climate change, which amplifies existing gender inequalities and possess unique threats to their livelihoods, health, and safety. However, the climate crisis is just one of many challenges confronting women, particularly indigenous women who also face racism, gender-based violence, inequalities in decision-making, and a lack of resources and training. Furthermore, in Santa Maria Xalapan, the absence or even abandonment of their spouses as a result of a new wave of men migrating to the north exacerbates the challenges women face in agriculture, food production, and ensuring food security. I don't know, Lisa, if you can put the next slide, please. So as a result, girls often have to leave school in order to help their mothers manage their increased burden. Additionally, indigenous women in Guatemala have suffered the most and continue to suffer the worst consequences of historical oppression against their territories. Women, on the other hand, rely more on and have less access to natural resources around the world. So Santa Maria Xalapan is governed by the communal board, which was established in the mountain law in 1926. And these traditional laws pass it down from generation to generation and include the prohibition on selling communal lands to foreigners and outsiders. Although the Xinca people have suffered a process of acculturation and Latinization through colonization, they are building their identity through historical memory and language recovery, as well as reclaiming lands that were legalized by old deeds issued by the King of Spain during the conquest, but are now occupied by other non-indigenous groups. In Santa Maria Xalapan, which suffer some of the current problems in the mountains are deforestation, lack of proper waste management, improper use of land, soil degradation, forest fire, mining, and oil exploration, among other problems. However, local indigenous authorities continue to perpetuate patriarchal discourses and practices. So once during one of our field trips to one of the communities called La Laguna del Pito, we met a few women who were reforesting and cleaning the lagoon. It was the first time that I heard the name Amishmashach, Association of Indigenous Women of Santa Maria Xalapan by its acronym in Spanish, which was founded by two women who convened other women to discuss and reflect on their human rights. So there was a willingness to organize, but the woman encountered some difficulties because for females, organizing is a problem, according to one ex-member of Amishmashach and now participant of Colectivos. So in January 2004, the first Xalapan Women's Association was officially constituted to promote women political education in the communities of La Montaña. However, La Montaña's sociocultural organization delegates power to men, reproducing the same machismo pattern and exclusion of other non-Indigenous power groups. So within their local mandates, for example, women are not allowed to marry men who are not from La Montaña. So if they do, women lose their right to the land. Men, on the other hand, can marry women outside of Santa Maria Xalapan, though it's extremely difficult and unlikely that these women will become heirs to the land on which they live and work. So this is how women are and remain dependent on men. So it is therefore not surprising that women's participation in matters of local interest is limited. Because few women are allowed to actively participate in local activities or do so only with authorization of their spouses or fathers, women remain underrepresented. So of the few women who participate in politics, their views are frequently dismissed or ignored. The women from Mishmashach share the vision that the land is sacred and an important economic resource. So in fact, this group was responsible for organizing the movement to examine mine and license. And during these activities, community meetings and referendums, Mishmashach gained an understanding of the concessions granted by the Energy and Mines Ministry. However, women's voices are still ignored. So in the Colectivos, for example, we request permission to work on La Montaña from members of the local communal boards, where the presence of women is very low. Because of the project does not contemplate the delivery of monetary compensation considered to be important, the reluctance to allow us to work or participate has been one of the main obstacles. Because of these challenges, Colectivos tries to implement strategies to increase women's involvement in activities. These strategies are designed to reduce the burning of plastic waste as a method of waste disposal. For a successful intervention in each community where we have worked, we face unique challenges though. Yet the common thread is that most men perceive Colectivos as irrelevant. As a result, women who might be interested in participating in a long-term program might be influenced to participate less or not at all. Therefore, one of the peculiarities of the project is the search of innovative participation strategies. A focus has been placed on practices that demonstrate women's power within the domestic sphere and beyond. However, there is a risk of sending the broad message that sustainability on projects that seek alternatives to burning plastic waste is solely women's responsibility. So we have learned that empowered women are more likely to partake in and continue to work on the intervention since they do not live under the oppression of their spouses or fathers. We must acknowledge, however, that the empowered and agency that they exhibit has been the result of their personal trajectories. So agency needs to be negotiated within a collective through interactions that confront the status quo of one person or a group of people. So in intervention projects, motivation is regarded as critical to the success of a program in which the participants learn to recognize and select to do something that is deemed healthier than something else. However, motivation alone ignores the intersection of many other factors that determine behavior. Because motivation is contextual, it means depends on the location. It's idiosyncratic because each person has a unique biography. It's temporal because it's accompanied by emotion that fluctuates, and specific because it can work only with certain objectives and behaviors. So power, control, options, choice, ability to make decisions over one's life and over resources, ability to affect one's well-being and intentional life choices are some determinants of women's empowerment in these communities that we work in. So in this sense, Labals defines empowerment as how much influence people have over external actions that matter to their welfare. So while we are engaging women in behaviors or practices to reduce plastic waste burning, our something we want them to do, they come to us with their own agency, grounded in their reality. What motivates women to participate is directly related to their own desire and possibility to influence their environment and sustain this practice. So as a result, sustainability of behaviors and practices should be prioritized, but also in relation to the gender and social roles in the communities. Individual action is important, but ignoring the social cultural structures, dynamics, and responsibilities at the household and community levels can lead to overemphasize on individual responsibility. So they might be motivated to do something, but circumstances don't allow it. So how do our working groups face and adapt to this challenge? So our Colectivos working groups aim to construct, sustain, and modify capabilities, opportunities, and motivations to change behaviors through practices and values that have a specific meaning within the context of La Montaña. Decision-making necessitates a certain level of agency, which includes the ability to negotiate and put intentionality and purpose into action. So these aspects remain a challenge for the project because the program aims to influence household decision-making, which implies a level of dependency and the possibility of gaining control over strategies that might produce better life choices. So for instance, if women gain agency on their income through recycling, and this leads them to make household decisions about purchases, what does the balance of power look like in the household? So currently, Amartya Sen defined empowerment in terms of altering relations of power, which might constrain women's options and autonomy and adversely affect health and well-being. So it might be then that the financial benefit of recycling plastic instead of burning it turns out to be harmful to women and might not be sufficient reason to initiate or sustain this behavioral change. That is why, in order to reduce barriers and constraints, Colectivos interventions focus on individual support, ensuring that each specific action responds to a specific need on the balance of the whole. So we have some examples of how we expect to sustain this behavior change include develop community-level health promoters who can work with women during 9 months after working groups to address bottlenecks. Provide promoters with a cell phone so that they can keep in touch with their community working group and with us. Also recognize members of the working groups with diplomas at the community events. Visit members in their homes to support specific needs that arouse as a result of intervention. And above all, understand that context is everything, and everything depends on a deep understanding of the history, social culture, context, gender equality, indigenous autonomy, and how communities are protecting themselves for a future that will require adaptation to climate change.
Thank you, Mayuri. I think we probably have to wrap up your presentation at this time.
Yeah, we will. I just have these, this is the last slide here.
Okay.
So I just wanted to highlight that implementation is messy because context is complex, as Dr. Hegsterman illustrated, and that we are implementing the study of changing behavior, but maintaining that change over time is challenging. That we are standardizing our working group intervention, but that may be at odds with the notion of this complex system in which we're working. We need to understand which are the active ingredients that work and which are the peripheral ingredients of the intervention. And we're using REAIM to decompose the intervention and implementation outcomes. I wanted to just show this last slide here with all of our partners. We couldn't do this without our field team staff in Guatemala, who are just phenomenal. I believe that is the last slide. So let me exit here.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all three speakers for your fantastic presentations and overview of your amazing work. I think we have a couple of minutes for questions. Rachel, I don't know, can we go a little bit over?
Yeah.
But
that's fine.
Okay, all right. So there's one question that has come through chat, which I think it's for Dr. Yaduma. talks about, thank you, Dr. Gautam, great work. Would it be possible, to scalable a model in other states of India? If yes, what strategy will be helpful? Who are the stakeholders?
Nishida, I answered that. I knew we were short on time. So essentially,
Okay.
I don't know what the problem is. It depends on what the problem and what interventions are we looking at that'll determine the stakeholders and how does one have access to communities, who are the partners, all of those. So it's not what I or my colleagues presented here. These are not cookie cutter approaches, but rather really depend on these elements.
Contextual, right. All right, thank you. So I think maybe we'll just move on to one question. Lisa, I know you talked about, and Mary, about this very disturbing practice of plastic burning. So are there any theories or methods for behavior change or intervention techniques that has been utilized when you think about community engagement in the context of climate change and implementation science? Has there been any efforts on influencing men, for instance, or other policymakers?
Yes, I mean, well, that's partly alludes to the question that I asked Saria Hassan about community advisory boards. We found that we have to go to every single meeting in every single village to receive approval. So there's all kinds of levels of communal boards and village boards, and so we take it to, before we randomize, we go and present the study. When we randomize, we present study afterwards. So we have like a little roadshow we take everywhere. We get permission from the men that are usually the leaders. But I think as Maya was at one of our last meetings, there was a woman who was a member of this group. And so the men said, this has no value to us. There's no monetary value. I mean, I should say our study takes place in the area the Happen trial happened, where people received a beautiful free stove and gas for 18 months. So their experience is we got stuff. And so now we're saying, well, now let's engage on a community level. And so they're immediately saying, well, we're not getting stuff. And so it's helped us to gain access to the community. It's also been a little bit counter to what they've received before. But one of the men said this has no value, and a woman stood up and said this absolutely has value to us. We're the one burning the plastic in the backyard. We're the ones suffering, and she, got approval. So to date, the villages we've gone into have always approved us, although it does take some convincing. And so we are just constantly, we're in our first village completing the 12 weeks, and we still have 7 more match villages to go. So we're, learning as we go in our second year. So thank you.
Lisa, thank you. And Katie, I think I have one quick question for you. You talked about acceptable technologies in your best practices. Could you talk a little bit about what you were referring to? And then we can go into break afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that question. So, I mean, I think, mainly what I mean is, and I loved, what Gautam started with, which is, meeting people where they are and really understanding, right, from a starting point of what are the lives that people are living and what are the constraints on those, but also just, with the cooking context, right, what are the things that people cook and or the full range. I mean, I think that's one of the things that we've all learned, those of us who have spent some time in this cooking space, is that, for example, a 3-stone fire is used to boil water for bathing, right? It's used to make tea. It's used to, cook for weddings. It may be used for cooking food to sell commercially, right? And that very, in some ways basic, but very adaptable 3-stone technology covers a lot of space. It does a lot of things. And so if we're going to think about a technology to replace that, right, we can come up with a lot of, there's no shortage of alternative cooking technologies, but the question is, how do we match those to the full range of things that people need to do in their lives? And, I think it's unrealistic to say, oh, well, just don't do that type of cooking anymore, right? You can do this type of cooking instead. I think that so that's kind of what I mean by an appropriate technology, is something that allows people to do the things that they value and do in their daily lives that are meaningful to them, that are just part of cultural practices. And so really matching, right, and understanding how to meet those needs, how to allow people to live the lives that they live and are valuable to them, as opposed to coming in and saying, this is the solution, so adapt to that, right? Do the thing that we think you should do. It works really well in the lab if you use it in this particular way, so do that, right? That's not going to work very well.
Well, thank you, Katie. With that, I think we'll close this session. I want to thank the panel again for doing a fabulous job and for sharing your work today. Rachel, back to you. Sorry that we were running a little late.
No worries, no worries. Thank you everyone again for your contributions. So we are going to take a 15-minute break. So let's come back at 2:35 for our last part of the satellite. So go stretch and get some coffee, and we'll see you in 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We are 1 minute early, but getting ready for session 5, which is our last session of the day. I hope everyone got to stretch for a minute. Just before this, Aisha had put up the Mentimeter results of our little poll. And not surprisingly, we had majority researchers here on the webinar, 1 policymaker, 21 researchers, and 5 implementers. We had many more people, so not everyone responded, but that just gives a sense of who our audience is here. And I think we will get started with session 5. So session 5, we're going to run it slightly less formally. And we have a set of questions that we are going to sort of have an interactive dynamic discussion with our panelists. We have Daniel Buss from PAHO, Margaret Handley from UC Berkeley, Megan Lane Fall from Penn Implementation Science Center at UPenn, and Josh Rosenthal from Fogarty, who you've all met earlier today. We also have Praveen Kumar, who is our Fogarty climate scholar, and he's from BC. And he'll make some remarks sort of reflecting overall on the day after we sort of wrap this panel up. So if you could, Aisha, maybe spotlight the panelists. And we'll start with a first question, which I think is really just a broad question. And maybe each of you could take a minute. And maybe, I think, Daniel, you haven't been here all day. So maybe I would say Margaret, Megan, and Josh, if you could just reflect on your thoughts based on what you've heard. Are there key gaps in capacity related both to implementation science, but sort of in the space of climate? So really broad question, but I think it's worth leveraging your minds to reflect on the day. So maybe Megan, do you want to start? And Aisha, are you able to spotlight?
I think we are spotlighted. I think just the screen is still shared, so we're small.
Oh yeah, so maybe unshare the screen. Sorry. Great, perfect.
Yeah, okay. So thank you, everybody. My name is Megan Lane Fall. I'll start by saying it was a phenomenal day, and I loved hearing all the presentations, and I'm really grateful for the folks that shared their work with us. I think the first thing that comes to the top of mind is thinking about implementation science as a partnered discipline. We do this work in partnership with all of our stakeholders and the people whose behavior we're trying to change and whose health we're trying to improve. But it occurs to me that capacity building should also be partnered. And I don't think I'd thought about it in quite that same way before, but I think reflecting on what Dr. Hassan said about, some folks need to know about implementation science, but they also may need to know how to develop the interventions. They may need to know how to adapt the interventions. There is some group model building work that people were talking about, the causal loop diagrams that one of the panelists was talking about. And it strikes me that we need to partner together to figure out what folks need to know. And there might be a core of implementation science that most folks need to know, but then being able to adapt that knowledge for the people that are going to be deploying it in the field, I think is really important. So I'll stop there.
Great, thank you. Margaret, do you have thoughts?
Yeah, I totally support what Megan was just saying and really appreciate the panelists in insights. I think that sort of along the lines of that kind of capacity building, what we tend to talk about in implementation science is community engagement, and you need to know how to make a community advisory board, and you need to know how to do sort of like have people help you think through certain kinds of, strengths and weaknesses of your approach. But really the deeper part is really trying to understand how to bring in the narratives that people are living their lives with into the development of the interventions that we're doing. And I think that was really spoken of in a lot of really interesting ways, but also in a really deep way. The other thing that I would bring up that I think came up in one of the talks too, is that we don't always have the evidence base to adapt. And we're sort of a little bit going into this unknown area for implementation sciences. Usually we characterize an evidence practice gap, and then we go and we say, okay, well, here's the evidence. If only we can get the evidence out there, we'd be fine. And then we focus all that work on making that happen. But we don't really have all the evidence in a lot of climate interventions. So I think that co-development process becomes even more important.
Great, thank you. And Josh, I don't know if you have broad thoughts.
I think I would start with capacity building needs more broadly in low and middle income countries. You know, the ability to engage in research and partner with research among local researchers in many countries is still it requires a huge investment, and so I think capacity building broadly among low and middle income country researchers is necessary, particularly in the context of research, whether those be through short-term kinds of workshop activities, but increasingly importantly, I think that capacity building needs to be done in association with a research project that addresses locally prioritized needs. And so once you have that need and you begin to focus on the problem at hand, and I mean the very specific problem, whether it is the need to ensure that people can use early warning systems to in time to get to a shelter and make a difference in their lives, or whether to transition technology, they need to believe that's a problem and then focus on the solutions. As not an implementation science strictly, as a person who looks at the problem perhaps a little more broadly, I tend to think that if we focus on what that problem is and we start to ask broader questions, does it work? Why doesn't it work? Are people able and willing to engage and not come at them with the sort of theoretical approaches that we use and the frameworks and the models? We're going to make headway much faster than using academic style language that we may share among ourselves.
I think that's helpful. I think some of what's come up today, and certainly in some of the work that I've been doing, figuring out ways to capacitate and partner in capacity building. So capacitating not just researchers, but implementers and policymakers, I think is a challenge. I'm interested, so in the climate space and in implementation science, both are sectoral, multidisciplinary. I'm curious if any of you, and maybe we could start with you, Daniel, if you have thoughts on how to kind of create fluency between the sort of silos and or different voices and experiences, and how to do that training and engagement so that we're not just in our research world versus our program world. So yeah.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Hope you can hear me well. No, and quickly, just an introduction on PAHO for the ones that might not know it. The Pan American Health Organization has just completed 120 years in December last year. It's the oldest international health agency in the world, preceding WHO in 46 years, for example, and the United Nations. But since then, we've been the health agency for the Organization of American States, and when WHO was created, we became the regional office of WHO for the Americas. So we do work with all 35 countries and 18 territories in the region. And I'm the unit chief on climate change and environmental determinants of health. So we do have the topic of climate change with our teams, but also water sanitation and hygiene, air quality, waste management, clinical safety, and environmental health surveillance. And the whole climate change topic, it's an amazing topic to think about, because it's not only addressing, first of all, closing the existing gaps, right, in infrastructure, in terms of water sanitation and hygiene, air quality. Climate change is exacerbating effects with the existing gaps that we have in infrastructure and everything else. But also on projecting for future events and conditions that climate change can bring new to the table. But in many cases, the problem is associated with the ones that are vulnerable to existing conditions already, and climate change is exacerbating those and creating new challenges. So that's the whole area of climate change and health is a very exciting area in a sense, a very challenging topic to address. And that's why I think that we need all hands on deck. Rachel, you're totally right. And we just had a couple of weeks ago a meeting, for example, in Argentina, which was in the northern part of Patagonia, where is this province, Neuquén, is the southern limit of the distribution of Aedes aegypti. And there we are creating what we call sentinel sites for permanent research to understand the trends of climate change and health. And we are monitoring this place for some time now. And then we need people who, the entomologists, the social scientists, biologists, medical professionals, city planners, and everyone else. And when we got there, and just to tell you a little bit of an anecdote about this event. So it is something that we received 68 project ideas from countries, and including decision makers and researchers, makers posing the challenges, and researchers with methods and tools, and the whole implementation science process behind it, how to solve the problems that is posed by secretariats at any levels, or the community, or the civil society is also part of this process. And then we selected 19 of those to go through a process of project preparation, so how to improve and tweak those proposals. And those proposals came from all sorts of fields and of knowledge and walk of life, if you will, with indigenous populations being triggered in one side, or vulnerable populations to heat waves to the other, or you can get a gist of the diversity of things that happen in the region of the Americas. And these proposals, we selected 19 of those, and we are dispersing our seed grants to fund the best proposals. 14 of those, or 14 countries will be receiving some support. And when we got to this region in northern Patagonia, in the south of Argentina, we asked the Minister of Health there if she wanted to talk about the problem of dengue in this region. And she said, but we don't have a problem of dengue in this region. And we said, not yet, but if we don't start getting our hands on that, we don't have to wait till we have 1,000 cases before acting. So we need to get the health professionals and the whole society ready for that in advance, like 10 years maybe in advance. And then we can continue to say that there's no problem of dengue, although it's going to be very difficult to measure how much of that prevented losses in lives or morbidity were associated with the preventive actions that we've taken with them in advance. And also, there's always this pressing moments and pressing issues of responding to emergencies associated with climate change or exacerbated by climate change. But there's also, these long-term conditions that we need to prepare well in advance. And that requires a whole new set of skills also to sell the ideas that may not yet. Okay, thank you for, Brian is online. So Brian can tell a little bit as well about this event.
Daniel, I want to push
Yeah.
on one of the things. So you just said there are skills that are needed to address the kind of the long-term sort of far out impacts and near-term impacts. I'm curious, Megan and Margaret, from where you sit in the sort of implementation science space, what do you see, and having reflected today, do you see specific skill sets that are needed in the context of implementation science to address climate Are there gaps that have occurred to you today as you listened? I'm just curious. I think that the bridge between climate and implementation science isn't that well built yet. So I'd be interested in your reflections.
I definitely have thoughts, but Margaret, do you want to go first?
Sure, thanks. I think that there is a lot that is already in the space of intersection. So I do think that a lot, and I've thought a lot about environmental health in the past and environmental justice. And I think that there's a lot of areas of implementation science that are really growing now that are more focused on equity. So I actually think there's a lot more overlap now than there might have been 10 years ago, and really thinking about issues of sensitivity, vulnerable populations, bringing in the, I think the approaches we've been hearing today about real meaningful community engagement and partnered work. That means bringing in different theories and models than we were trained in implementation science. It might mean that we need to broaden our collaborator scope. It might mean that when we train staff in our projects, that we're not just saying, here's the protocol, but we're saying, have an ear to listen to what are the ways people are talking about this topic so that we can learn from that and we can bring that into our participatory action research. Those are all the kinds of things we're hearing about today. And those are skills I think that some implementation scientists have, depending on the situations they've been working in, but not everybody. And I think that we need to sort of do curricular change, and as we sort of move through this urgent need to really bring some of those skills higher up in when we think about implementation science. So not necessarily starting with our implementation science hat on, but thinking about an equity lens, or thinking about an environmental justice lens or participatory research lens, and then bringing in implementation science. So flipping the way we tend to approach it sometimes, I think, is something that is very helpful for particularly looking at climate work.
I agree with Margaret. I think it has been sort of implicitly sort of stated throughout the session, but it's worth explicitly stating that this is team science, that both climate science and implementation science is team science. So as we think about those skills, we want to think about upskilling a team. And it may not be that one person possesses all the expertise that they need, but that collectively the team should have that expertise, and that it should revolve around methods, whether it's quantitative or qualitative, but also ways of engaging communities, whether that's people, NGOs, governments. There's going to be a lot of different skill sets involved, some of which are drawn on in implementation science, others are going to draw on system science or climate science and other disciplines. But one other thing I want to say is to reflect back on what Josh said about models of learning. And I think it's really powerful to think about an apprenticeship model of upskilling folks as opposed to a traditionally academic model where you sit people down in a classroom and you tell them all about theory that's sort of disembodied from practice, and then hope that they remember by the time they get out into the field to actually practice something. It could be really powerful to engage people in ongoing projects and then teach them the theory and the models and the frameworks, and it'll be a little stickier because it'll make sense. It'll have some grounding in their actual lived experience. So I think in addition to examining the bodies of skills that we want people and teams to have, questioning those traditional models of learning, I think, are also really important.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you, Megan. Daniel, and then Josh.
Mine is a question for you guys. So when implementation science ends, at what moment, when the problem is solved, or this is a constant thing that should go on and on and on, because new layers are being added all the time, right? So and climate change is bringing these new layers to new grounds as well. So that's something that it's difficult to say the problem is solved, now we can focus on something else. So what do you guys think that that we should focus? That's the framing that we've done with these Sentinel sites for permanent research. How permanent these projects and these interventions should be.
So I think that implementation science, especially in the US, sometimes contorts itself to try to distinguish itself from quality improvement. But I think this is a place where we should embrace a quality improvement model. And I think in many ways in quality improvement, especially in healthcare, we're trying to figure out how to achieve change. And maybe there's a big disruption to the system, but ultimately you want that change to become standard work, what we call standard work, so that it's always being done. There's some sort of monitoring process in the background so that if you lose control of that process, you can bring it back into control. And I think that implementation science, especially in the climate space, should behave very similarly, where there may be really important interventions where we put a lot of energy behind getting folks broadly conceived here, right? Individuals, systems, communities to do things or stop doing things. And then once we've achieved the change that we set out to achieve, figuring out how to continue monitoring and being vigilant for those new disruptions that I think Gautam alluded to in a question in the chat, sort of what do you do in the long run? So I think taking a QI approach to that could be very helpful.
I think it helps to set impact gap closure targets. So if we're trying to say we really want to get it closed in certain areas and we're going to go all out for that, and then I think moving to what you're suggesting, Megan, makes sense to kind of then, okay, then what are the nuances or what are the steady states or what's the maintenance or what's the, you know, incremental quality improvement that we want to see. And so I think like there needs to be some sort of target setting about like if we really have equity problems in certain topic areas, you know, we really want to work hard on those to close that impact gap.
Yep, thank you. And Josh, you had something to say, but I should just interrupt us. Praveen, you should feel free to jump in. I know we were going to give you the last word, but this is dynamic. If you have thoughts, please jump in.
I just wanted to add,
yes, Josh, go ahead.
Just a basic element of implementation science that I think is immediately important because of the pace at which climate change actions are unfolding around the world, both for mitigation and for adaptation. There is the capability to evaluate programs and projects against basic metrics, establish what those metrics should be, usually, I think, or ideally with a lot of input from diverse communities, community members participation, but basic program evaluation tools are probably a really urgent area to focus on. And then you can get into the, I think, more complex, or maybe alongside of that, intervention development, et cetera. But there are things going on right now. People are, you know, establishing new, you know, cooling methods or painting roofs and building seawalls and with little to no evidence about health outcomes. So understanding, one, whether those work on the effectiveness side, and two, how well are they being implemented? Can we improve that through those sort of basic tools is a really important place to start.
Josh, I think the idea of prioritizing those skills is very important, and something like program evaluation can be manualized. And, you know, I've seen documents put out by the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and also WHO to show folks how to do program evaluation. You know, here is a free PDF file and walk you through it. So I think that's great. That idea of let's start with something that's really urgent and then work our way to other skills is important.
And I think the idea too of co-developing new implementation evaluation frameworks, you know, along the way will really help too, because, you know, we have these different methods like rapid ethnographic methods, and then we have different models like REAIM, and then we have equity frameworks, and it becomes very noisy very quickly when you're trying to pull it together into a project. And so how can we create, like, you know, much more simpler to go to toolkits and things like that, as the history of program evaluation has shown us we've been able to achieve. So that's been around for a lot longer than some of the implementation science models that are kind of clunky and picky. And I think we can really benefit from making things that get into practice much more quickly.
Agree. And that's certainly shown its importance during the pandemic, right? The clunkiness of implementation science has been apparent. Praveen.
Yeah, thanks so much. I mean, I echo with all the thoughts that have been, shared. Particularly, I was thinking on what Margaret just said, that, Lindsay laid an excellent context and overview of what implementation science is in the larger discussion of climate change and health. And over the previous, I think, a decade, there have been quite a few frameworks that have been published in implementation science. And sometimes I feel that there are a few frameworks which are absolutely clunky. And that's where sometimes I do feel that, is there a right time to really think about de-implementation sciences? Could we really there are several frameworks in a way. So can we parse out the most effective frameworks and effectively communicate which are those frameworks which are most effective, particularly in the low and middle income countries? And in the same vein, I would also want to mention that more often than not, when we talk about implementation science, and community-based work, we do talk about really working with the communities, engaging with them. But there are two principal elements that I think that there needs to be more emphasis, and this is something Ross Bronson in his paper in 2021 in implementation science also emphasizes on, is that even the framing of the research question, that also needs to be co-constructed with the communities. So that's something that we really need to emphasize as well. And then going back all at the end, when we work with the communities, when we collect the data, I think that the communities are equal stakeholders in getting familiar and getting aware of what are the findings of our research. It's just harvesting the data from the communities and really publishing papers and presenting into the conferences is not sufficient. We need to really have this opportunity or create this opportunity so that we sit with the community members and disseminate the results that we find when we do the research with the communities. That will actually close the loop, and to a great extent that will bridge this chasm of no-do gap which Lindsay was talking about.
I think it's true. I mean, I think a big question is, are we incentivizing that that co-development and dissemination and engagement with the users of evidence as research funders? I just want to note, Gautam had a question in the chat. When we think about capacity building, several questions are key. Whose capacity is one, and two, can we think of non-governmental agencies as actors to engage in implementation science with universities? Sometimes governments do not have the last mile reach, even if capacity is built due to historical dynamics between communities and governments. Does anyone have any thoughts on that?
So all of the capacities, I think we need to think really broadly, just as we think about stakeholders as broadly, we should think about capacity building very broadly. We want governments and government actors and politicians to be able to understand what's happening, but we also want community members, non-governmental organizations to understand the challenges in getting evidence, and I'll say evidence broadly conceived, into practice. And they may have different relationships to those projects, but having them have a common language and an understanding, I think, is very important. So we should think about capacity broadly conceived. And I do think that we have to consider non-governmental agencies as important actors along with other folks in this space.
And I'll just say a note of caution, though. I think that as the long history of NGOs in development has shown, they often come, particularly the large ones, come at implementation programs with their own very specific agendas and may not be always so well positioned to assess the needs in the community to engage the right people. As Mayari Hengsterman's talk presented, how many projects have gone into Guatemala and developed initiatives just with the men? And in many efforts, whether that be clean cooking or refuse burning, that just not so relevant. But it's where access is available, and a lot of NGOs are comfortable working. So it's just a note of caution about how you choose your non-governmental partners.
I want to say a couple of things about training and capacity building too. Is I think that as we sort of think about policies that we've talked about, other talks today, health in all policies, how can we bring implementation science thinking in all kinds of disciplines, like disciplines that are related to climate science, disciplines that are related to public policy, so that we are reaching people before they become the policymakers. We're reaching people as they, will go into NGOs. So sort of moving in the pipeline around, thinking through, like, how do we if we have implementation science knowledge, how do we bring that to share with people who are teaching chemistry classes, or people who are in business schools? How do we bring examples like we've been talking about today to make them relevant for engineering students? And I think that is on us too, as research, teachers, to be able to think through, like, how do we broaden that scope so that we are working with a more collective identity around the tools that implementation science brings. And I think it doesn't need to be just that we train these people and we train those people, but that we think about how we then have to bring that knowledge into our courses and our curriculum and things that we're teaching too, that others have in the climate space and other topic areas. So I think that's an area that hasn't really been thought out well. How do we bring implementation science thinking into different opportunities for education? And that can be in NGO space, that could be in public policy. We have an initiative now with a state health department in California to teach everybody who is a state health department employee something about implementation science. And so we're working with advisors to determine how to declunkify like what we want to teach. And that is, just one example of trying to go and meet people where they're at, with some knowledge, but also to say, we want to learn from you how to make this language communal. So that's an area I think we need to think through.
I wholeheartedly agree with Margaret. And I think that, a corollary here might be statistics, right? We're not all biostatistical methodologists, but many of us understand at some level what statistics is about and what it's supposed to do, whether you're a chemist or a social scientist or whatever. And I would love to see broad understanding of, at some level, what is implementation science, what makes an intervention implementable, so that as people go about the work that they do, they at least have the foundational concepts in mind.
One thing I'd like to add is my experience has always been that it's very easy to diversify the community, or it's easier to diversify the community and get the right voice at the table once you've chosen the problem. Once you've identified what the problem is, then you can back up to understanding, to develop a solution, who needs to be involved. Is it the farmers because they're changing their agricultural practices? Is it the ministries because their policies affect the way you can conduct this? Is it any different set of expertise or authorities? So my instinct, and this may not be borne out with a lot of experience, but on the ground, if you identified what the problem is with a little bit of with some external data and homework, and then you drill down on what that locally prioritized issue is, then you back up to see who you need at the table to work it through.
And let me add something to a kind of a different dimension, but related to what Josh just said. I was going with the with all these projects that we are and countries that we are working on, and different situations that we see. It strikes me every time, then depending on who's calling the problem, has a big influence on the outcomes and where the project is going and everything else related to that, the methods and everything. So we had, for example, in this exercise with these 19 countries, people saying, when the problem was identified by communities, then the governments asked, but how am I going to incorporate all that in my surveillance and regular information systems to be able to really extract some analysis or with a certain degree that of confidence in this data, as per my eyes, governments, and then trigger action to respond to that. At the same time, sometimes when governments were the ones issuing and saying, this is the problem that we have, and we are asking the support from communities or from researchers or from civil society, then sometimes people said, they couldn't find the right partners because, no one else recognized that as a problem or as a big problem for that specific situation, or put that problem as a lower tier of priority according to other people's minds. So the definition of the problem is something that is key to trigger all the implementation science processes. And I think that it's always amazing to see these things coming from the ground and you know, what's blooming, and depending on who's saying what the big problem is, has a major impact on where this thing will go in the future. So finding these ways of really trying to mature ideas with multi-stakeholder consultations and or other tools is very important. But still, I think that the triggering question, the initial triggering question, is always kind of the seed who is going to set some boundaries to where this thing will go.
And I do wonder, with the idea of co-creation and community engagement and stakeholder engagement, those are all skills that I suppose one needs to understand best practices and how to do that, and have the scaffolding and the support to spend the time to do that. I'm curious if anyone has reflections, maybe Josh, I'm thinking of you or us, but do we really incentivize that well in our funding opportunities and what we incentivize with training, whether it's in implementation science or around climate? And maybe this has come up in some of the climate discussions in the Trans NIH working group. I'm just curious if people have reflections.
I've thought about that a lot because I help people write grants quite a bit and write a lot of grants. And so we're always trying to figure out, you know, do we know what we're going to do enough to be able to say this is what we're going to do, or do we actually want to have meaningful stakeholder engagement? So we don't want to say we know exactly what we're going to do, but if we don't say we know exactly what we're going to do, then we won't get the grant, you know. So it's sort of, there's a funding dilemma. I call it the aim one dilemma, is how do you go into research with an open sort of heart around collaborative work, even at the level of a problem statement, or having multiple problem statements that you're going to work on because you've worked with your partners, and you may say, I really think that we need to reduce, you know, we need early warning systems for heat, and they may say, you know, we need to have better nutrition when there's a disaster, and you can do both, you know, like that's how you do the collaborative work. But that's difficult to sort of create a funding structure for sometimes. But I don't think it's difficult to create a community collaboration model around, you know, people come with different things to the table. And I think it's being open-minded and saying, well, you know, we've sort of been doing this research and we think these things need to be improved, and this is areas we'd want to implement on. Others may say, you know, we don't really understand why that is so important to you, but this is what's really important to us. Maybe we can work to create something that we can do both. I just feel that that is not that easily funded, but it is really easily conceptualized. But it's a process, and it's not rapid. So that's a skill set I think would be worth hearing from people who've done that.
I can tell you we've wrestled even recently with this problem in the Climate Change and Health Working Group, because so many of the problems we're talking about are locally very diverse in how they're experienced, or I should say from locality to locality. And you won't really know what's most important until you've been able to do the groundwork. But it's impossible to write a grant, an R01 type grant, to say, we're going to go work with this community and this region and this ministry and these NGOs to figure out what their problem is, and then we're going to do some research on it to solve it. This is not going to fly. So I completely echo what you're saying, Margaret, from the other side of the table.
Yeah.
One approach that we are wrestling with now, and I don't know that we'll be able to get this through the leadership at the NIH, but is approaching broad set of questions around adaptation to protect health, and then establishing resources that are geographically based, opportunities that are geographically based, and allowing communities to come together, define what is most important, most relevant, most urgent, most researchable in that context. It challenges the NIH model for funding, for sure. One thing I will raise the attention of this community to, if they're not aware of it, we have on the street right now an opportunity for planning grants, exploratory centers for developing real center grants. And this is trying to come at this in a way by saying, we're asking you to develop the basis for and define a basic research problem that is formative and that will hopefully be expanded even during the course of your proposal to include new partners, add new problem sets, and there will be a subsequent opportunity to turn this into a full-on center grant. We'll see how that goes, but it's an attempt to work at this chicken and egg problem.
Margaret, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I like the place-based thinking around this issue more than, a lot of health issues. We don't tend to want to do that. I mean, do it with sentinel surveillance and sort of public health, like where the geography dictates certain things, infectious disease. But it does make sense to have that maybe be a shift in how centers are conceptualized. I like that idea a lot.
And it might be the climate challenge, right, requires that in a different way than other health challenges.
Well, and I think it could also serve the capacity building function too, to have, if you have a place-based investment in climate, you can sort of build educational programs around that and capacity building programs around that. So, it might have some knock-on effects that are useful.
Which the CDC BRACE program, which is domestic, but I think offers some models for how it might be able to be expanded internationally if funds are available to do that.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, this could be either a larger question or a quick one sentence response from Josh, Rachel, and others. Adopting a place-based approach, and then you alluded to, Josh, on the P20 grant. How should we really prioritize which substantive work is relatively more significant than the other when we really adopt a place-based approach for our climate and health work? For example, if there are 2 to 3 geographies and they have both of them, or all 3 of them, they have provided some excellent proposals, but they are all a function of their own respective challenges. Do we have metrics, or how are we going to prioritize? Because all 3 are important in a way, right?
Well, the boilerplate responses to that for NIH would be, you look for quality of work proposed, the capabilities of the researchers involved, the probability that this will answer questions not only locally important, but more broadly relevant to other regions. All I can offer you is the boilerplate for that, I'm afraid.
I love the NIH boilerplate. I might offer that I think your question is similar to one that we deal with in implementation science when we think about how to learn about the science of behavior change from individual contexts. And so my supposition would be that those projects that were positioned to create methodologic innovations and understanding, or at least methods that could be translated outside the local setting, might be better positioned. I say as not someone from the NIH, but the more we can learn about how to do this, I think the better off we are.
And there is a connected thought to it, actually, because I was partly aware about Josh's response to this. So that's where the capacity building component is important, and this is something that I think I raised day before yesterday as well in the NIH Climate Scholar meeting. That how important language is to do good science. Particularly in LMICs, not all the LMIC researchers and practitioners speak in English, and when we really write something in this particular language, there are variations in qualities. Although the topic or the question that are asked may be top notch, but it's like the language may really vary, and that may have some bearing in terms of how we perceive or how we really understand. So. And that really is connected with capacity building and by extension, building the implementation science expertise. So that's also something that we need to really think through. in the larger discussion on implementation science in climate and health? I don't have an answer to this. It's just a question that came to me.
It's a global problem.
It is. So I'm aware of the time, and I'm interested to hear maybe from each of you very, very briefly, so like less than a minute, what your key takeaway might be from the day and or this panel, either key takeaway or key wish in the space of implementation and climate. So maybe, sorry, that's puts you all really on the spot, but so I'll let whoever wants to volunteer to go first.
I guess I'll go back to my initial reflection, which is that I think capacity building has to be a partnered activity. And especially reflecting on what Josh said about models of learning and capacity building, I think that we need to pay some dedicated time and energy and space to what viable models of capacity building look like, and not assume that what's been created in the West or in the global North will translate to other places, but really come to the idea of capacity building with an open stance of there are some important method skills that people need to learn, but we also need to figure out how to situate those in systems that make sense for the people that are there and for the stakeholders that are in a given system, and really pay attention to building capacity in a way that's hopefully self-sustaining, so that, teach a man how to fish, so to speak, so that they can continue to teach folks and you can build capacity locally in a sustainable way. So those are my takeaways.
Great.
I agree with Megan, and that being one of the ones I really think is important too. And then along the lines of what we were talking a little bit about trying to create models that are simpler, less clunky, but really go more directly at environmental justice and climate equity issues, and trying to think about how those can lead our thinking, and that will ultimately influence the way we do training and capacity building. But I think having more examples of those that are simplified and not driven by implementation science frameworks that we already have, but maybe driven by the unique nature of the intersection of climate needs and equity and implementation science.
Great. Excellent. Daniel, your thoughts?
Well, if I may, I think that again, I'll focus on something else, because I agree entirely with what was said already. So I don't want to repeat myself what I was going to say based on what they said already. But the one topic would be trying to focus on implementation science in the long term. I mean, I think that's and Megan was addressing a little bit about that, how to maintain that and sustain the progress and even continue to make progress in time. So focusing on the territory, meaning the geographic space, the ecosystems, and the communities, and the social relations that exist in the space, that evolves through time. So when it's a project proposal that is being sent for grants, and then it's finite, and then it's okay, but the idea is that we try to maintain something in a territory for a long time that goes slowly evolving or rapidly evolving, depending on how the dynamic is, and how to keep that alive. And that's one of the key things that we are seeing now. Some things are triggered and everyone is on board, and then the next minute it fades away. So how to keep that alive is the key challenge for me, to make sure that whatever is being created and the effort that is being put onto something can stay and can make a long-term impact to that person's and space.
Great, thank you. Praveen, do you have any last thoughts?
Two quick thoughts I have. One is what I noticed, and then one wish that I had. The first thing that I noticed throughout the day, and I really liked, that there was a focus on really bringing out the key case studies and successful case studies on how implementation science has been used, particularly how Dr. Faze and Dr. Jeremy Hess and Dr. Hassan really talked about the effective case studies using implementation science framework. So really drawing from that lens, it will be useful to provide more opportunities to really document, to do research on different case studies where implementation science has been used in the larger conversation on climate and health. So case study route is something which is so crucial. And the second point that I would really want to emphasize as a wish is that if we scour the literature of implementation science that I do so very frequently, particularly the implementation science journal at least, because I refer and cite a whole lot, is that I see that a dominant number of authors in implementation science are from the high income countries. So there should be a way where we need to democratize implementation science literature in climate and health, where we should be inclusive enough to have more opportunities from the LMIC researchers and practitioners, not just to collaborate to increase the headcount in terms of diversity, but to provide more opportunities to be principal authors and to provide additional frameworks that are more useful, relevant, and commensurate in the LMICs. So that's the wish.
Thanks, Praveen. I think that's a really important point, and certainly one that has been raised in multiple places recently. Josh, do you have last thoughts before we wind ourselves down or wrap up?
Yeah, I've one thought, and it's a little bit out of the mainstream of what's being discussed here. I agree with all these thoughts, and I think there is so much to be done to build implementation science into the climate change agenda. What I'm also struck by in thinking about it is how successful implementation science has become as a field that has mainstreamed itself in the matter of a decade, from being something that was a little bit esoteric and into a science that is well respected. And I would love to be able to support the same kind of evolution in adaptation science, to the extent that the adaptation science world can learn from those lessons about making implementation science a regular science that is mainstreamed, but with a specific outcome, in this case, adapting to the inevitable to protect health, would be terrific. I will tell you, it's kind of an uphill battle in a lot of the scientific community right now. Those in the health community are still trying to figure out, what's our role and is that really a science? And so I'm going to look to learn more from the IS community in that regard.
I think it's a good point. I think it was an uphill battle for implementation science for a time, certainly at NIH and beyond. With that, I think I'll say thank you to all of you for your incredible contributions. I feel like this discussion was really dynamic and useful, and I think at that very end of this day, I give you even more kudos for your engagement, but really appreciate your inputs. And I think we're at the end of the day. What I would say is that we're hoping to share some of the learning from today with all of you in some form or another. So that will be coming. The recording will be made available by CUGH. I think it's going to take them several weeks. And within that recording, you'll be seeing slides. But I think if you're interested, you can reach out to my colleague Aisha, who has emailed you all with the agenda. So feel free to reach back out to us with questions or requests. So they're saying late April, early May is when the satellite session recordings will be available. But overall, I would just say a huge thank you to everyone for your engagement. I think we really learned a lot. And I think we started many different conversations, but this has been really rich and educational. So thank you to everyone who participated and to all of our panelists and speakers. So with that, I think we'll release you to your afternoon.
Thanks.
Well,
Sure.
thanks.